comment. If there's anyone from the public that would like to speak on an item that is not on the agenda for today, then please raise your hand. I don't think we have any general letters, right, David?
No, I think all the letters we received were for
Okay, so then see no hands, we'll move on to the agenda status report, which seems complicated today.
So I'll make it a little bit easier to start out with. So we do have a couple of items that are going to be either removed or just moved from the agenda. Item number 1, which is the IV Market Edition. The project is under financial hold right now, so the planner has asked that the item be dropped from the agenda. We'll renotice it when it's ready to go. And then item number 9, the Xerxes new single-family dwelling. The planner indicated that she had not received a proper plan set yet, so she's asking that the item be continued to the next available meeting. At this point, that would be April 15th.
Okay.
Do we need a motion to amend the agenda, or do we need to change the order first, as you mentioned, Chris?
I think that what we can do, we can make the changes to the agenda, or drop that item and then drop item number 1, continue item number 9, and then maybe we can go down the list of who needs to recuse and leave early.
Do we need to vote on that? Should I make a motion?
On the first part, yes. The second part, no.
Okay, I'll make a motion to drop one item and continue the other one.
I'll second it.
Great. Second by John. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Aye. All right. I have a hand that went up from Suze McClellan. Suze, did you have a comment regarding for public comment for an item that's not on the agenda for today?
Hi, no, I'm here for C1.
Oh, we've already had that.
Oh, Susan, if you have
Me?
if you have the meeting on in the background, can you hit mute? We're getting an echo.
Yeah, if for all those. Okay, there you go. Okay, so item C1 has been reviewed. When we get consent agenda, we can see if there's anything applicable there. All right, so as far as the agenda status, so who needs to step down from what? I need to leave by 2:15 and recuse myself from item number 3. I know that Val had to recuse herself from what, item 10?
Item 11.
11.
Item 11, yeah.
Okay. Anyone else?
I don't have to recuse myself, but I need to step out for an appointment. That's going to happen at 1 till about 2. So I'll have to leave like 12:45-ish. I can come back after if there's a quorum issue.
Okay. Is that it? Okay, and Kaylee's not here today. Or she may be able to show up around 2:15. We'll see what happens. Okay, moving on. The minutes from March 4th. Let's review those. You can pull those up. Robert, are you downloaded yet?
Yeah, I'm downloading. I'm opening it up. Yeah. I'm disabled on screen sharing at the moment.
And I'm sorry, just give me just 1 sec. All right, go ahead. You should be able to do it now. Sorry about that.
Oh, then before we get into that, once Robert leaves for that short time, who will take over duties on sharing screen and plans and such? Alex, would you mind doing that?
Sure, I will do that.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. You guys see the screen here?
Yes. Yeah.
So I think we can bypass all the consent, right? Or no? We have to check those out.
Yeah, they're all approved.
Now
So,
there's no comments.
yeah.
Okay. So item 1.
Any comments here? Want me to keep going?
Still getting through it. Okay.
Okay, on one, I think. Right?
Yeah. I think for 2B, we should just add at the end of that and WELO calculations if applicable. Do we have Alex Tuttle back yet? Oh, maybe. David,
Yes,
are you taking?
no, I'm here. Sorry.
Okay.
Took me a second to unmute.
Okay.
Delete the irrigation reference and just say WELO calculations if possible, or
No,
at the end?
just add to it. Yeah. Include plant species, sizes, quantities, and irrigation plan, and WELO calcs if applicable. Okay. Anything on 3? Number 4.
Ray was given final approval.
Mhm.
Okay, item 4. Just 4D, I should just say extend site and landscape plan, not extends. Okay, number 5.
5. Sorry, I got a blower in the background here, so I'm muted.
On C is under the deck, not provides skirt, right? It would be, maybe it's, yeah.
Around base of deck or something, yeah. And for 5B, I think it should say provide site sections, plural. And we were also asking that the elevations show accurate, finished grade. Is that in there anywhere? Maybe we can just add it to B, provide site sections.
And just say and existing finished grade on elevations.
Yeah. E, a restudy deck on north elevation, posts on north raised deck are too thin. Consider column or consider 24-inch column with deeper supporting element. So for F, I don't think it's consider less glass. I think it's reduce glass on garage door.
Yeah, I'm not sure these glass garage doors are night sky compliant. It seems like, that's not the case.
Yeah, and
It seems to be fashionable to use those right now.
right.
I
But this
don't
one,
remember if did he have one of those glass doors on that garage?
It was, I think, frosted glass, and yeah, it's pretty close to the street, and it looks right out onto the street. So I think reduce or eliminate glass on garage door would be proper.
Yeah.
Got it.
And H should be more like remove railings where unnecessary.
Or eliminate railings where unnecessary.
And J should just say show accurate location of driveway edge and other existing hardscape to remain.
Yeah, okay.
All right, anything else on 5? We only had 6 items.
He
Yeah,
didn't present it, did he?
and 6 was continue, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's it, huh?
All right,
Okay, I make a motion to approve the minutes as amended.
I'll second it.
okay, all those in favor? Aye.
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 Opposed? Motion
Abstain.
carries. 1 abstention. Okay, moving on. Number 4, SBAR members informational briefings. We kind of already talked about who's leaving when and who's recusing. So is there anything else? Just a reminder, I guess, for everyone at home and around the world, we are going back to the county building for our next meeting, right? Is it April 1st? So David, do you want to say a few words about that for?
Oh, sure. I was going to wait until we got to the COVID item on the
Oh,
agenda.
staff update. Okay, that's fine. About staff update. Or actually, the next one would be for that. Okay. So any staff update then?
No, I'll leave it to David.
Okay, so then the last is to reconsider the circumstances of the COVID-19 emergency, which normally every 30 days we vote to continue working remotely or go back to in-person meetings or some hybrid thereof. And we've voted last week to return to the county building on Anapamu for our meetings from here on out.
Yeah, and so the reason it's on the agenda, because I think that it was Josh who had asked to kind of put a fail-safe in case things kind of didn't go as planned, so we could reverse course if needed. But we're still on track. I did talk to our assistant director shortly after the SBAR voted to go back into person on the 4th. So he management is aware. I kind of let him know of what the SBAR concerns were. We did we're going to schedule a deep clean of the room, which should occur. We're going to wait until just a couple of days before the meeting. So that should be taken care of. I know that was one of the requests. And then we'll have plenty of wipes. That's not a problem. That's easy. So I did have a lot of logistical things to take care of. I think Josh and Chris, I kind of copied you on a couple of things. So in terms of like the noticing and the language, the legal jargon, that's taken care of. I had hoped that we would be able to test the equipment before today's meeting. That unfortunately was not able to happen due to conflicting schedules. But staff tested it in September and it works. I just want to make sure that the members are comfortable. So I will go over that a little bit more when we do have that test scheduled, which is I think the earlier in the week of just prior to the meeting on the 1st. So I think that what I envision is at least having a laptop in front of the chair So you can see anyone who's raising their hands from the Zoom component portion of it. I think that what we can do is have something pretty basic ready for the first. We're trying to keep the meeting a little bit manageable in terms of items, but much like when we came back to converted to virtual meetings, I think we'll have some improvements as we go along. So I would not expect it to be perfect, and I apologize for that on the first. So I just, thank everyone for their patience. So everything's on track. If you have any concerns, I'm happy to listen to them and to pass them on to our management.
And just to clarify, David, right, there will still be a ability to participate remotely.
Right. And there's, Alex, you have some kind of echo going on there. Actually, now I do too. Something's getting.
Okay, so Alex, could you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Oh, just clarifying or confirming that there will still be the opportunity for applicants and or members of the public to participate remotely.
Yes, that is definitely the plan. So it's going to be a hybrid approach. So we'll have essentially a wide shot of the SBAR members as the shared screen. But applicants and members of the public they'll have the option, and they can come in person, or they will be able to attend remotely, whichever is preferred or most convenient for them.
Okay, and a couple of questions, David. Why is this echoing? Let's see. So we'll all be up on the dais, right? And do you have laser pointers for us to point at the screen to?
I do have laser pointers. They're in my desk. I probably need to replace the battery at this point. They haven't been used like 2.5 years. But yes, and so and if it gets a little bit crowded, we could always spread out onto the BAR table as well.
Okay.
And so I did contact Clerk of the Board staff as well and kind of asked them what they were doing. So they have like the first row taped off, and then they have some social distancing kind of signs on some of their chairs, so the members of the public are spread out. I will tell you that since the board of supervisors has gone to the hybrid route, they have said they have not had as much in-person participation as they had expected. I think a lot of people are choosing to remain remote.
Okay. And so we are, David, myself, and Josh, the vice chair, are meeting on Tuesday the 29th at 9 a.m. in that room to do a little trial run. And so are we, can we have any other members there, David, if they wanted to be?
So I think that we just have to be careful about not having a quorum. So I think as long as we don't hit 4, I think we're fine.
Okay. So if any of the other members want to join, that's, what did I say, Tuesday, 9 a.m., 29th?
Yes, sir.
And if you are planning to go, just let David know so that we can avoid that quorum issue. All right. Very
Let
good.
me ask one thing. In this meeting now, masks will not be required?
That is correct. So as of March 1st, masks are not required. But for anybody really, but that's certainly up to the board members if you would like to wear masks. So the county can't require people to wear them. We encourage them, and that shows up on our agenda and they're noticing, but we can't require them as of now. If circumstances change, I mean, that policy could change as well. But the short answer to your question is no.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, and then so David, for this item 6, do we need to vote on anything today, or are we all set?
No, I think because I think are still planning on going back to a hybrid in person, there's nothing to do here other than have the discussion, which we've done.
Okay, perfect. All right, so then we can move on to the consent agenda, which we had 5 items.
And Mr. Chair, I just do want to point out that we do have that public comment on C1, so we should take that before we vote.
Yes. So let's see. So Suze McClellan, if you can unmute, and you have comments regarding item C1?
I do, but I missed the first few minutes of this meeting, and so I don't know if C1 is still Tapman Sunajukian.
Yes.
It is, okay. It's my understanding that nothing has been cleared regarding septic system, and I'm wondering how anything can go forward before the septic system has been drilled and approved.
Okay, Alex Tuttle, do you want to speak to that?
Well, I'm not familiar enough on this project to know the status of the septic, but what I can tell you is while the design review may be approved today, the permit would not be issued until we get clearance on the septic system. So they would not be able to move forward with completion of their permits or obtaining their final permits until that's resolved.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'll hand it over to Alex Peugeot to run us through the consent.
Yes, we review 5 items. The items 2, 3, and 4 had to do with the ID modification for parking in the front yard setback. It was the ADU conversion. And the applicant provided an enlarged plan showing the existing landscape that we really are very interested in keeping. And the drawing is good. The description of planting is really missing. So I asked the applicant to submit a photograph, which they did submit, at least showing it, showing what it is there. And so therefore, we can support the modification because, as we said previously, it's minor in nature and results in better site design with the landscape and hardscape to remain on the front yard, as documented in the drawings and the photographs. Is that clear, Alex Tuttle? I'm just trying to make a motion out of this because the documentation, the photos were missing, so I want to add them to the set, so there is an enforceable mechanism in case that landscape, disappears in the future. Is that David?
Sorry, so you want that part of the motion that project's approved with retention of the landscaping as currently depicted in the photographs?
Yes, shown in the plans and depicted in the photographs. Correct. That's very good. And the other items are approved as submitted as well, C1 and C5. So therefore, I make a motion to approve those items.
Right. And you didn't have a partner today, right? So
I did not. No.
we just need someone to second.
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you, Alex. Then moving on then to our regular agenda, beginning with item number 2. I mentioned item 1 has been continued. Item 2 is the Chick-fil-A at Calle Real. Request of Ed Hale, agent for Turnpike Lodges Limited Partnership, DBA Ramada, Santa Barbara, for conceptual review of a new restaurant of approximately 2,504 square feet. The following structures exist on the parcel currently: a restaurant of approximately 7,000 square feet. The proposed project will require 500 cubic yards of cut and 500 cubic yards of fill. It's a 1.4 acre parcel, zoned C2, located at 4765 Calle Real in the Goleta area. So do we have the applicant or applicants here? If so, please state your name for the record.
Hello, my name is Ed Hale. I'm with 4G Development Consulting, and I am an agent for both the Chick-fil-A and also the property owners. We have with us, I also have with us Carlos Arias, Principal Development Lead with Chick-fil-A Corporation. I also have Amin Adlaski. He is with our architect, CRHO Architects, and also Shane McMichael, who is also with our new restaurant design at Chick-fil-A.
Okay, thank you. And it appears we have some kind of feedback loop. So if you're not speaking, please mute your microphone. And whenever you're ready, Mr. Hale, you can just tell Robert which page you'd like to be on, and you can present your project. Please try and limit to 10 or 15 minutes. And,
Certainly.
take
Well,
it
thank you
away.
very much. Yes, we'll use your screen there for the SP1. As you can tell, we have done a few items to the site plan. We've worked very hard with your transportation group to come up with a traffic management plan for the off-site improvements, which would be limited to restriping. As you can see, we've got from Calle Real moving east. There we have arrows moving the traffic to the left to make room then for a deceleration lane so that they will enter into the main entry, the driveway off of near Dexter. In fact, we're moving that existing driveway further east to line up with Dexter. That was also a request of your transportation group. And then as you can see, we have proposed to put the building on the south corner of the building so that we can do the standard and conventional counterclockwise wrap of the drive-through around the building. We have a drive-through queue of 33 cars for the drive-through, plenty of parking. The building itself is a prototypical design from the Chick-fil-A standard of buildings. It's one that we think that most matches with what the 101 corridor is asking for there. It's a modern design that we think is consistent with what's up the street there with the Starbucks up the street. And basically, we're here for you to look at our plans. We understand this to be a conceptual review. So this is your first look at the building that we propose, and we're here to hear what you have to say about the building. I presume you've been given the elevations and the renderings that we submitted to the package some time ago. And so I don't think I want to get too technical until after you've had a chance to look at it. And like I said, I brought Amin and Shane from our design group who can answer any questions about the design itself, the materials that we propose, the colors, etc.
Okay, so I think we're going to want to flip through the package here and see what you do have.
Certainly. So that would be, of course, this is an overlay over the Google Earth image, shows the relative position of the new building, shows you where we've also moved the driveways further away from the intersection at the request of your transportation group. And of course, lined up the one there with Dexter Drive. It also allows for a dedicated left turn lane coming westbound on Calle Real so that they can turn into the driveway there, as well as, like I said, a deceleration lane, which is designed to limit any interaction with the through traffic. I'm going to move down to the next one there. This is just showing the same site plan on a larger scale, shows the relative location of our property and the Turnpike Road exit, as well as shows how our retaining wall that we will need to put on the southern edge and western edge of our property. That'll line up with what's already there for the coffee shop to the west. Starbucks also did the same thing. They had to put in retaining wall along the southern edge there. I think the page that's 2 down is just going to be the Alta. It just shows the existing dimensions of the building. We're not proposing any encroachment into the beyond the property lines, of course. We have a colored planting plan. This is a preliminary planting plan. We did an analysis of the existing landscaping in the area. There's no heritage trees. There's nothing significant there. We propose to basically replace the landscaping with new. We're expanding, down into the southern area there, and so most of those trees will have to come out anyway to accommodate the site plan. So we propose an entirely new planting plan. And if you want to continue on down, that's just black and white of the same planting plan. Our floor plan, conceptual. The plan features open air dining areas as well as open air dining areas as well as outdoor patio dining. Santa Barbara is such a beautiful place. Everybody wants to be able to enjoy the weather there while they're having their sandwich. You want to move on down? There are some colored renderings. I think that'll be better for this. The building meets all of the height and massing requirements. Floor area requirements for the county. We're well within those standards. So if you want to just, you can see the color palette is further down there. We can talk about that later, but this is a standard color palette. It's one of our prototypes for our color palette. And then some renderings just to give you some perspectives on it. And then one more. The number 15, yeah. So this one also features and shows the proposed pole sign. It's the existing sign is a conforming sign. This will continue to exist or continue to conform with the height and size. It's not unlike what is already being used there by Starbucks as well as In-N-Out on the other side of Turnpike. It's a freeway oriented sign. It's only 30 feet high though. It's going to basically replace the IHOP sign that's there now. And we have, of course, the required fully accessible pedestrian access from the public right of way. We'll come straight to the front door there. And I think that's it. You can go down to the last one. You can just, that's our color palette that we submitted. And so it's my understanding that the design review process is that we come to you for a initial feedback on our design. We want to hear what you have to say. And then this will be part of our conditional use permit application process. That's a separate process that we've also submitted for. And then there'll be an environmental review as well. So I think that's it for our presentation, unless Amin or Shane would like to add anything.
All right. Thank you, sir. Looks like they don't want to add anything. So we'll bring it back to the board then for questions. Mr. Verdiak, questions?
I wonder, would it be possible to intersperse some planting strips in these parking areas to break up that long stretch of parked cars there visually? You know, I think it would have been nice to show your landscaping trees on your perspective, which would greatly enhance the drawing. Anyway, would that be possible to do that?
I'm sure that we can. We often do. Can we go back?
And
to
we
the
have
planting
such a
plan?
long stretch of parked cars that.
Can we go back up to the floor, or I'm sorry, to the site plan or the colored planting plan? Yeah, right there. One more up. One more up, please. There we go. Can we go to the, yeah. So can you be more specific though about where you're talking?
Well, on this north elevation facing Calle Real, yeah, I mean, if some planting strips could be interspersed there, breaking up that long line. That's what I'm talking about, yeah.
We will certainly take a look at that. We are sensitive to having as much parking, of course, as we can, but we want to we want.
Well, I do appreciate your
Mhm.
considering the traffic flow and parking and it's certainly going to be a great improvement over the conditions at on the State Street location.
Mhm.
You know, so I know that's well thought out. I just think that in reality, pulling in there and seeing that long line, and I imagine that it will be, you know, many cars parked there. So it's a thought.
Certainly.
I hate to see you lose any spaces, but anyway, I think it's an important thing to consider.
Absolutely. We will, I will absolutely have our architect who's doing the site plan, see what we can do to increase the number of landscape islands in the interspersed in the parking.
Any other questions, John?
No,
Okay, board member Pujol.
Yeah, I have a question about plant materials. You chose the olive trees to be your screening element. Why was that? It might be too small or not enough to provide enough screening. Did you choose? Did you have any other options, or why did you choose the olives?
You know, frankly, I can't answer that question. I'm sorry. I defer to our landscape designer who we did not bring on the panel today. I certainly can get that question asked and answered. I'd be happy to send that to you. I don't know. The general direction is that we use local planting, of course. That typically that's required anyway by the landscaping ordinances. And we're trying to be as energy efficient and water efficient as possible. So I don't know the answer as to why that particular plant was selected. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, board member Frusher, questions?
I had similar questions about the landscaping. So
You have recommendations. Do you have something else that you think that would be?
No, we don't. We're not really doing that. I think that'll be up to your landscape architect to decide what, but we don't really provide recommendations. I mean, we'll get into landscape. We'll get into landscape more.
Chris, I think as a point in order so that the applicant can understand, we're in questions now. So we can get clarifications on the complete application that you're submitting. And then we're going to have public comment and they're going to weigh in on the project. And we'll come back and have comments and we can handle that there. We need to make sure that this is starting to sound like commentary and it just needs to stay in the Q&A zone so we just can complete your presentation portion of the agenda.
Okay.
Yeah. So Val.
my questions were about the landscape. I think those have been asked. And then also, can you talk more about where your pedestrian accesses are? I see one. Is that the only one?
Well, from the public right of way, yes, that's it's a direct path from the public right of way to the occupiable spaces. We also, of course, have a path of travel from the accessible parking that's to the west of the building. And then we have an accessible path of travel to the trash enclosure for the employees who are servicing the building. But no, we don't have any other pedestrian amenities planned at this time, other than, through the parking lot to the sidewalk.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Board member Richards, questions?
Yeah. Can you tell me what these canopies are constructed out of? The shade canopies?
Yeah, it's a metal canopy with decorative elements on the sides. Maybe Amin can tell us more about that.
Sure. The typical canopy construction is all the steel structure as well as the fascia, and underneath it there's metal paneling that's usually finished in white color.
So the top of this canopy is accurately depicted as being white?
Well, the top is usually open because the way they do the structures on the top right there would require, but we have instances in the back that it was supposed to be covered, and we did cover them up with some sort of metal deck material.
And then the height of these parapet walls, is that a requirement to hide mechanical equipment on the roof?
Yes.
Okay, and then those were, the canopies, does that allow like a full high van to go underneath? Or is there any height issues associated with a vehicle going into the queue here? And
Well, yeah, I mean,
complete the loop?
most passenger vehicles, most four-wheel drive pickup trucks can get through there. It's delivery vans probably don't. We would have a overhead height warning that we put at the entry of the driveway to make sure that people aren't driving through with cars, just like you would at a gas station or whatever. But no, they're high enough for most vehicles.
Then if a vehicle sees that height warning, then they don't go into the queue as yet.
That's correct. Yeah, they would divert to the left and find a place to park.
All right, those were my questions. Thank you.
Okay. Vice Chair Bloomer, questions?
No, I don't have any questions yet. Thank you.
Okay. I had a couple. Let's see. What is the height of that retaining wall that you mentioned on the south? And is it right on the property line, or?
It would be close to the property line, yes. And it ranges anywhere from 3 feet to 6 feet, 7 feet.
And is that shown on here somewhere?
No, I'm sorry, it's not.
Okay, so we don't know the extent. Is it the entire southern property
Well,
line?
if we can go to the Alta survey, I think the topo is on there as well.
So it's an existing wall?
No, it's an existing slope that we're cutting back.
I see.
So you can see in the southwest corner, it gets higher to the left. So the height of the wall will be from the base to the top of the wall will be just over 7 feet, and then there'll be a 42-inch fall protection railing on top of that to prevent, because there'll still be work going on the other side of the wall, both Caltrans workers as well as our own landscape maintenance folks. So there'll still have to be fall protection on top of that.
Okay. Let's see. What is the depth of the planter along Calle Real? Can we go to the site plan again, Robert, maybe? Yeah, so what is the width? Is that like 7-8 feet? Looks like maybe?
I don't see if I've got it dimensioned there. It might be dimensioned on the floor. It's a 10-foot landscaping setback.
Okay, so that's 10 feet. Okay.
And yeah, 10 feet width for the landscaping setback along Calle Real.
All right, and then I think maybe last question. How does this project layout, architecture, demonstrate compliance with the Eastern Goleta Valley design guidelines? Did you study and incorporate those guidelines while working on this project?
Hey, Chris, those are residential design guidelines.
I see.
So I don't know that they'd be applicable to this project.
Okay, very good. Thanks. All right, I think that's it for questions then. So we'll move on to public comment. If there's anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item, raise your hand. You'll have 2 minutes. I just want to, make it clear what our purview is here, which is mainly an aesthetic board. So we are, unable to say, no, you can't have a drive-through, or, this isn't working with traffic. They're done traffic studies. We can try to point the applicant in a direction to alleviate such problems and with regards to design, but we're not here to say, no, you can't have this. I know there's opposition, so I want to be clear and try and keep this to a reasonable time frame. So also if, you'll each have 2 minutes, and if you could refrain from repeating, hopefully, what others have said, that would be helpful as well. And we did receive several letters, and those are available for view, and board members have read through those as well. So with that said, if you would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand.
Mr. Chair, can you please clarify the process, or maybe staff can clarify for the public and for us, what's the permitting process? We are seeing,
Sure.
are we the only reviewing board for this project?
Thanks for teeing that up, Alex. Yeah, so they just submitted earlier this week the conditional use permit application. So, we have not had much, if any, time to start reviewing it, but there's a permitting process involved with the conditional use permit. BAR is only one part of that. There'll be a staff review. Ultimately, it would go to I believe it's the zoning administrator after completion of the staff review, which would include a CEQA analysis. So there's, and that's a zoning administrator is a public hearing, and that any decision of the zoning administrator is appealable to the planning commission and on up to the board of supervisors. So there's ample opportunity beyond the BAR for public comment regarding the land use issues. So yeah, again, today's hearing is focused primarily on aesthetics and design.
Okay. Thank you, guys. All right. So I'm not seeing any hands go up, actually, surprisingly enough. But should we just flip through those letters briefly? Because there were several of them. We had basically about 2/3 in opposition and some supporting. And mainly concern was with increased traffic in this area. So there you have it. I guess we won't have any public comment today, so we'll bring it back to the board then for.
Mr. Chair, I'd like a little bit more explanation from staff regarding the Eastern Goleta design guidelines, because I think the letter from Mary Gorman was very well written and referred to the guidelines and the walkability, the pedestrian access and all that. How does that apply? I know it's residential, but does it apply to this project at all? I think we need staff to help us with that.
Well, I mean, we can certainly take another look, but if you look at the title of the guidelines, they're the Eastern Goleta Valley Residential Design Guidelines. So they would not apply to a commercial project. So my initial response would be they have no applicability here, but we're certainly happy to take another look at that.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, are there any guidelines that what we're?
Well, I mean, there's certainly policies, and again, this application just came in, so
okay.
I'd ask for a little patience, but there are certainly policies in the Eastern Goleta Valley Community Plan that address issues that would tie into this project in terms of walkability and relationship of development to the streetscape and things of that nature. So not to say we don't have anything to point to, it's just the residential guidelines would likely not be the source of that.
Got it. Okay, thank you for the clarification. And so let's bring it back to the board for comments. Board Member Verdiak.
Well, I think that the project lacks any respect to the regional character of Santa Barbara. I mean, it's an international style, be it well proportioned or not. I think that, as one of the entry buildings along the entry corridor here, it could reflect, or it should reflect, some of the character of the Santa Barbara area, which it does not. And so I couldn't support this in that character. I mean, it's a style that, you know, you can put that building anywhere. And I think that that's a mistake to do that here. That would be my opinion.
Okay, thank you, John. Let's see, board member.
You're muted, Chair, Mr. Chair.
Oh, I'm not, but maybe it's not getting through. I was just calling on yes. Can you not hear me?
Yes,
Can you hear me? No.
yes.
Chris, yeah, I can hear you fine.
Okay, so Alex, Mr. Peugeot, you're up. Comments.
Well, I think the O'Gorman letter refers to the Eastern Goleta Valley Community Plan. So and the pedestrian part, I think it's, you know, I'm a little bit confused because it's true that this site is very highway commercial in nature and so forth. But that is the history of the site. That it's been 50, 60, 70 years ago. That's what it was. And so I can see like the letters, the reaction against the vehicular traffic and the speed and the whole suburbanization of, you know, the drive-through everything. That I think there is some relationship to these policies that Ms. Gorman lists. I'd like to stay on my lane and talk about design issues, but one of the design issues, the salient design issues in this project, if you go to maybe like the site plan or some of these, even some of these sketches show that they are just it's all car oriented. You can, it's true, you're able to find a path to access the building, and you know I think the applicants have done a great job with this type of building, this type of site design. I mean, they have obviously they have a lot of experience and they're good at this, but is this what fits what the community wants for this type of location? Because even though it is adjacent to the freeway and to Calle Real, which is a high-speed lane, arterial, etc., there's still a desire of the community to make it more walkable, more bicycle friendly. The school is on the other side of the high school is on the other side of the high of 101. When we review the Starbucks, we try to make it, you know, try to enhance the pedestrian qualities as much as possible. And this is really like you know, swimming against the stream. But I would like to see more of a gesture to more pedestrian local approach to this site. I think it's up to somebody else to decide whether a drive-through is another drive-through is applicable, is appropriate for this location or not. But some of the community viewpoints that Ms. Gorman so eloquently states in her letter are really valid. You know, like the pole sign, for instance, geared to the freeway. Even the flag pole. I mean, flags are wonderful, but you know, it's almost much taller than the buildings. The flag seems to be like twice as tall as the olive trees. That's why it seems like the landscaping and the highway aspect of automobile aspect of this development is troublesome to me. I'm not sure how the other people feel, but I'm having a hard time with this project. The landscaping is definitely not enough, but the whole concept itself doesn't seem to fit the community plan. The building is also just very, you know, a building should not be like a sign. Not the Golden Arches is an example. I mean, it's from another generation. I think we expect buildings that reflect the character of the community and not so much the character of the corporation. So there might be some changes to the building itself that make it more look like Santa Barbara. That's are my points.
Thank you. Board Member Froscher, comments?
Yeah, I have a lot of the same reaction to this, that it does not reflect the local character of what the community would like to see. The landscaping is definitely on the low side for what this should have. It is going to go through the public process of deciding whether a drive-through should even happen in this location, but I think it's clear from people that live in the area that it has changed the character already for them to live there, to have the drive-throughs that already exist. So this is going to make that quality of life even worse for the people that live there. I feel also that the building is very corporate and could be anywhere and does not reflect much of any homage to the local Santa Barbara character, and it should. The canopies are very generic. The large blank walls just contribute to the sense of it's all about the automobile. You sit in your car, you don't walk anywhere, and that's not what we want. And I want to also agree that Mary O'Gorman's letter is very much about commercial use. It's not just residential, and it references policies in the community plan that are specifically commercial. So, yeah, I can't support it right now.
All right, Mr. Richards.
I agree with the comments about the building, that it lacks any notion of being in Santa Barbara. So maybe there's some opportunities to add some detailing or enhance it in a way that reflects the area that it's coming to lie in. And the canopies seem like they need some further development. They seem really, I guess I just don't have a sense of what they're supposed to be based on the drawing. So maybe some more detail at the next round would be helpful. In regards to the landscape, I agree that bringing in finger planters would be great. I think there's some opportunities to bring in more pedestrian sidewalk type of situations coming from like the east side of this property. Maybe there could be a sidewalk that kind of comes in, along the back of this parking, and you've got a whole bunch of landscape area that's just kind of filled up and not doing anything. I mean, maybe there could be a little patio space over here where people could eat. I mean, the whole site right now feels like it's a restaurant that's like an island in the middle of a parking lot with just a little bit of patio. So I think any notion of trying to make this a little bit more of a inviting space for people instead of cars would really help you in this project. I think this planting area on the north side of the dining patio seems kind of anemic. I mean, if there's any opportunity to widen that, maybe this is a good location where you could fit 2 trees to help kind of work with the shade canopies, kind of soften the front of the building. And then I guess I'll say in comparison to other Chick-fil-A in town that you do have a lot of parking, and it seems like there's a lot more queue space for the drive-through. So in that sense, it's a beneficial layout. I mean, I think there's a lot more space to accommodate the amount of people that would come here. And I can understand people's concern in the neighborhood about having this type of a drive-through going on. But look how popular the other one is in Santa Barbara. So there's obviously enough people in this town that like to frequent a business like this. I think there's a balance between a healthy design that, can hopefully alleviate some of the neighbors' concerns and make this feel like it fits here properly, and also serve all your customers. So comments.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I don't have much more to add. I think that this is clearly in response to
Hey,
what's
Chris,
happening.
You want to be last, or you want me to be last?
Oh, I'm sorry, Jim. Sorry, I didn't sleep last night, so I'm a little off. But go ahead, Mr. Vice Chair Bloomer, your comments, please.
I'll give you the last words, but well, I'll start with some simple things. I think the site layout and scheme seems it seems to me to be appropriately developed in terms of a circulation plan and kind of use of this triangular site. So I'm really in support of any kind of real careful approach to the landscape. So I would like to have at our next meeting your landscape architect here to really work with us to explain how that landscape is being married to this regional kind of character. And also, I think, there's the natural regional character that we have here along this coastline. And then there's also how landscape projects get done in this region that are indelible to the kind of architectural and design style that we have here. So I think a lot of work can be done to have the landscape and site elements that go with it create a ground plane here and a kind of site condition that it maybe enhances or helps this project fit in better. And I think one comment, just to be specific, is obviously I'd like to hear from the landscape architect. I think landscape design should include plantings, as I just discussed, but also some careful thought to other landscape elements like the hardscape patterning, any kind of site walls, any outdoor seating areas, site lighting, and what paving materials are used. I don't see that there's any permeable paving being provided. I'm not sure how the wheel stops at the front of the cars being parked there is being handled. There doesn't seem to be any shade for anything or any indication in the application yet of like how the trash enclosures are going to be detailed. So there's a lot of site elements that could be, I think, presented better that would actually help us understand where this is headed from that standpoint. But in summary, I think this site landscape is a very important part of this project. And again, I think the layout seems fine. I just want to see what we can go from here. In terms of the architecture, I'm a little bit, I understand the comments today. I don't know if I'm fully aligned on all of them. I don't really have a particular problem with the architectural style and the way it's been done, but I do agree strongly with Alex's comment. I think it's actually a very clear statement, and I've heard people struggle with this for a lot of years, how to articulate this. And I think Alex just really did an excellent job of really simplifying what I think we're looking for and stating that. And that was that the architecture shouldn't be, I'm going to probably get this wrong, but the way you said it, Alex, was really right on, and I agree with it, is that the architecture should be relevant to its site and its region and character of the neighborhood and not a representation of a corporation. You'll have a street sign, people know that this is a Chick-fil-A, but we're not going to be very receptive to corporate architecture in this community. We're just not something we want here in the Santa Barbara coastline. Don't mind having restaurants, but we really, I think you're going to get a lot more out of this board if you depart from this corporate architectural identity and head into something that's actually signature and unique to the site and location and appropriate for it. And we'll judge it on its merits from there. And that's it for me.
Okay, thank you. So I'm not going to reiterate many things, but I think this, obviously this is the very beginning. This is all very new, I think, to everyone, including the designers. So it's going to take some steps here, and we're just all seeing this kind of for the first time. So I'm sure we can work towards some good solutions here. But this is clearly in response to what is happening on State Street, and I think it is maybe a little bit of an overreaction. This is an extremely paved site, and I think landscape is going to be crucial here. I do think that the pedestrian areas, and access is sort of anemic, as many have alluded to. Patios are small, but the big canopies are going to create dark spaces, even especially on the north side. And there's kind of canopies all over. And as far as the landscape goes, I think more variety in the tree species, and this sort of marching 20 feet on center all the way across the front and across the back. I think we want to get to a more naturalistic sort of planting scheme with the trees and for other plantings. And then I think the plant list could use some more help. It's all very grassy, strap shape. I think we could use some variety in form and texture and color and such. So, I think to me, there's just too much paving, too much parking. I don't know if you have a parking requirement, but I know you're obviously trying to alleviate any issues that happen on State Street. So I just think it's maybe overly so, but with that, Alex Tuttle, we didn't really give a whole lot of clear comments, but do you need some clarification on anything in particular? Should we run through these, what you do have, so we can fine tune?
I can tell you what I gleaned from what I heard. I might have missed some. Project does not reflect the architectural character of the area. It's too corporate in appearance. Project is too automobile focused. Project should be more pedestrian friendly, including outdoor seating areas and connection to the street. Landscaping is insufficient, needs to be more appropriate for the area and add more variety. Study opportunities for more landscape plantings and parking lot. Need to study hardscape elements. Site layout, generally acceptable, though extensive paving is excessive.
Yeah.
Okay. I would just add the more naturalistic layout for landscape in there. I think that's an important feature here, but I want to hear from the rest of the board too, if you want clarification or to provide clarification on your comments.
I think that, the drive-through layout seems to work, but the space on the west seems like it's an incredible amount of parking for very little amount of asphalt for very little function. I'm not sure the site layout is there yet. I can see the need for, if there is a drive-through, it makes sense to be where it is, but the rest of the site, I'm not sure if it's, I understand the entrances and exits. I'm not convinced that this is an appropriate site plan, or maybe it's going inside. Not completely inappropriate, but I think it needs some work.
Okay. I had a quick question, I guess, for the applicant or maybe for staff. There's at the right side of the page here is, what's that street called? I just wrote it down. Dexter. Now this, if there's a large amount of traffic coming out of here, I don't know how busy Dexter is, but was there any thought given to a stoplight in this location? We're talking about right here.
Yeah, typically there's a warrant analysis that is done with the traffic. So if they haven't done one already, we'd be asking for a traffic study, and there's a warrant analysis that is done to determine if the number of trips generated would warrant either a stop sign or traffic light or anything like that. So I can't speak to what's already been identified, but that would be something that would be looked at as part of that.
Okay.
I will say that generally speaking, it is better to align opposite driveways like they are proposing here, as opposed to offsetting them, unless they can be offset by a certain minimum distance.
Right. Okay. I did want to add one more comment, and that was, I think, due to the paving, and that maybe this will change, but due to all the paving along the northern property boundary, that sufficient landscape screening be provided to, screen out that parking lot. Now, obviously, probably won't be going any higher than 42 inches, but I think that would be helpful as well. Okay, any other comments from the board or?
Yeah, I like the recommendation of putting the planting into the renderings.
Planting islands. We call
Yeah.
But I mean, in the
Fingers.
renderings that they presented, if they could add the proposed planting, I think it would help.
I think that would help.
Absolutely. Our next round will include a far closer photo realistic renderings that will include landscaping. We'll put some more people in them to give you some scaling. Perhaps it can do that. Absolutely.
So I'm still struggling a little bit with what comment to say about the site layout and paving, because I feel like I've heard a few different things there.
Yeah, can you reread what you do have?
Well, so I had site layout is generally acceptable. Alex thought that it was more like the drive-through flow appears generally appropriate, but the extent of paving is excessive. I'm just not sure where the group has landed there.
Yeah, that seems kind of like the general consensus, the second part, that drive-through layout seems appropriate and substantial enough, but the...
Maybe you could say this, the material palette for the driveways is kind of, it's basically monolithic. It's all one material. So that was kind of my comment. Like there's no permeable, semi-permeable. There's not a lot of, it's all quite a lot of asphalt actually. It's not clear what the aprons are, whether there could be concrete paving areas. I assume that, I don't know what the standard is for drive-throughs. I don't know if it's preferable to do asphalt or concrete. So, but it's just,
I can answer.
We don't need to answer it now because that's not part of the present. I mean, the idea here is for us to give you something to take back and think about and come back with something you think is going to solve the problem. So, okay. I'm just calling out the fact that it's monolithic. I mean, I think is that what you're looking for, Chris?
Well, I think the quantity is what we're talking about, that there's so much paving and there's no breakup of that paving. So I think a reduction in paving is preferred if possible. Otherwise, some sort of enhancement that breaks up the monolithic character of so much paving. So we can kind of combine two comments there maybe. But I think it's pretty clear that it's it's an almost fully paved site. There's so much paving and not enough for pedestrian areas. It's so automobile oriented that the pedestrian experience is diminished.
Yeah, I think if there was more emphasis on pedestrian benefits throughout the site, that will help with paving changes, with pathways, with shade trees in the parking bump outs, and utilizing, the way Robert said, utilizing that landscape area on the southeast that's really not doing anything.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting point, Valerie, because I might add that comment. People are going to pull off the 101 highway to come here, and water their dogs and get food and then head back out on the road. So a lot of things that can make this more comfortable for people is like a little area for dogs to go do their thing, and making sure there's waste cans for that. But having having just 1, 2, 3, 4, got kind of 4 little seating areas, and then you got a little seating area off to the side, which is next to the building. Those are nice. I don't think, I know there's traffic patterns and things that have to be careful here. You don't want too many people wandering around the parking lot, but if there was, a little bit of more thought to the pedestrian kind of enjoyment of, I don't know where you do it. It looks like right now you'd only have to do it the northeast and the southeast part of or northwest and southeast part of it.
Well, I think that the idea of the seating areas is a very good one, but I don't think they would be big enough. If we look at the number of parking spaces here and anticipate heavy traffic, I don't think that, I mean, you think that more seating area would be, patio area would be really beneficial.
Yeah, and I think buffered seating from the parking areas. If you go over to the in and out, it's all their little outdoor seating. It's just parking to paving to seating areas, and this one thing I like about this is that they've provided some little bit of buffer for those pedestrian areas, but I think more is needed, and that would be a major benefit. And I think, as Robert mentioned, some trees to help with that feeling of separation. But I think, it's all so paved with car oriented materials, and all the pedestrian areas are just choked up right up against the building and on the north side. And so I think you're going to have to consider eliminating a little bit of parking to create better experience pedestrian wise. I mean, this area over in here, you're not getting that much parking, but look how much paving it adds. So I think that might be an opportunity to get some of that pedestrian area or additional sheltered pedestrian zone or something. I don't know. Of course, there's cars sitting here idling and putting off fumes, so I guess you don't want it too close. But anyway, I think, does that work, Alex Tuttle? Was that enough clarity for you?
I think so.
Non-clarity. Okay, so I mean, it's the same old story. Just reduce paving or enhance in certain areas to break it up. All right, any last minute comments from board members? We'll see this again. I think we'll have a better view then. All right, then returning for further conceptual, I assume. Good. Then we're moving on to item number 3.
Thank you. Members of the board, thank you very much for your time. We'll look forward to a formal report from Alex. And also, we would love to get a copy of the formal communication to the board to us, please. We do not have that, so we haven't had a chance to review those public comments.
Yeah, most of those came in yesterday, I think, and today. So you'll get copies of those as well.
Especially the letter that was referred to several times. We'd like to.
Everything's posted in the public facing box folder.
Oh, okay. I'll find out later how to get to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
So, Mr. Bloomer, I have to step down for this item. Would you mind running the show here for item number 3?
Yeah, let me pull up the minutes here. Where'd they go? I was looking at their site plan here.
This is the item we saw several times with the, we made some comments. It's pretty much ready to go.
Very good. Let me okay, so we're on to item 3, the Westheimer addition, request of Sharing Associates. Do we have our applicants here?
Morning. Yeah.
There's one. It must be Lulu in the background. Project is acceptable. Need full details, including materials and color palette. Provide architectural details, including photographs for any details. Provide specific tree species for canopy trees. More developed landscape plan, species quantity sizes, WELO calcs. Provide elevations that demonstrate intent of design. Show materials and colors on all elevations. Study ways to soften story elements with landscaping or architectural fenestration, include photographs. So yeah, why don't you just take us through those items specifically? I think Alex is right. We kind of have a good handle on this. Let's see if we can get through that quickly and move this forward.
Sure, sounds great. So I'm Phaedra with Sherry & Associates. This is Dawn.
And afterwards, NACOS will present on the landscape portion of the project. I just want to make sure you have the photo pages as well. We've submitted a separate PDF for that.
You want to show the photo pages right now?
I just want to make sure they're available because I'm going to be referring to them throughout the presentation. Okay, perfect.
They're in the folder there.
Great. All right, so I will just go through and address the changes that we've made since the last time you saw the project and go through the minutes from the last hearing. So ever since the last meeting, we added a few minor adjustments. We've added our color and materials board and our detail sheets. And we made a minor adjustment to the south portion of the garage to include a shed roof instead of keeping the gable roof, and that will allow for a larger window for the client.
Have them turn to that elevation sheet.
Sure. Yeah, so that actually it's on the north elevation, and you can also see it on the west elevation since it's an angled perspective. So I think it's a 2.0, right where your mouse is there on the bottom right. You can see the shed roof that we're going to be adding there. So it used roof, as you can see elevation above, and that will just be replaced with a little bit of a shed roof there, and then the addition will be stepped back, and you can see that there. Okay, so if you go to sheet A 5.0 and A 5.1, which is page 13 and 14 of the PDF, these are the details that we've added for the project. You'll see we have the door and window details showing the wood siding. That's all going to be matching the existing. We have a trellis detail. We do have an eyebrow detail that we added on the south elevation. That's going to be over the existing French door, which will help to break up the elevation. And if you go up one page, we have added our color and materials board. So we are now showing the entire roof being replaced with a standing seam metal roof. And the color palette for the building is going to be matching the existing. So currently it's a clay tile roof, and the new standing seam metal roof will be kind of a Terra red color to match the existing color palette. And the shiplap siding will also be matching the existing, which is a pale yellow color to be field verified and matched. The door and window trim will also be matching the existing, which is like a dark blue / gray color. We're going to be having some saltillo tile to match the existing at the back patio. And on the master patio, we'll do pay wood as well as at the balcony. And after I present here, NACOS will go through the landscape architecture portion. But if you go to page 10 of the PDF, which is the south elevation, last time the board requested that we remove the shading from the addition just to make it easier to see the whole scope of the project. Let's construe the mass bulk and scale of the project. So we did that, and now you can see that we have the elevation stacking with the existing on top and the new proposed on the bottom there. There are some existing hedges and landscaping occurring that are going to be remaining at the garage portion of the project. So if you flip to the photo pages, it's actually on the last page, we added some photos of that existing hedge that will be remaining. So we didn't think it would be necessary to add a window or any kind of fenestrations to break up the south elevation there, just because there's already existing landscaping.
On the lower level.
Yeah, on the lower level. We are adding a window on the upper level there. Okay. And again, NACOS will touch on this, but we are going to be relocating an existing aloe tree, which will help break up that elevation as well. That's going to go adjacent to the new balcony and pool. And the board also suggested adding an eyebrow off of the French door on the south elevation. So if you go back to the plans there, it's between grid line A and B on that south elevation. We added a little eyebrow over that existing French door. And that will kind of be matching with the new trellis and the new balcony. And that'll just be like a dark natural stained wood. I think that concludes all of the changes that we've made. And now I'll pass it off to Nikos to talk about the landscape.
Should be within the same package. 15 right there. So nothing changed layout wise. It's still the same, just further specified materials. So for the patio adjacent in that crook of the house is going to be additional Saltillo tile to match. And then moving around the pool is going to be flagstone on slab. And then the pathways are decomposed granite to match existing pathways. And then a tertiary path of flagstone stepping stones with planted joints to the potager garden. And we can move on to the next one. So this further explains some of the tree that will be we're proposing for the site. That includes in Arbutus marina, an Afrocarpus gracilier, which is a fern pine, I believe, and a Schinus mole that would be fit within the site that has a basically sister tree on its north side, as well as a quercus or an oak just south of that existing Schinus. Those trees we believe are going to be good screening trees needed for privacy from the southeast neighbor. Something that Phaedra touched on was the addition or the relocation of an existing aloe tree, which will help break up that facade that was addressed in the previous comments. You can see a photo of it on the left, on the top left of the page. That is the existing aloe tree, the aloe berberate, that will be relocated next to that new balcony. And then we can go to the next. These are the irrigation and planting details. It looks like we skipped over the hardscape details.
I think yeah,
right there.
Hardscape details.
Just detailing the flagstone stepping stones, the decomposed granite, the tile that's going to be going in the flagstone. One thing I actually would like to touch back on, if you could go on the previous page, is that there's an existing potager garden that we'll be putting a fence along. The homeowners are avid gardeners and we would like to enhance that experience. And then we can keep going on to past the planting details. Just wanted to touch on the hardscape details so that they were aware of those.
You want the hardscape details?
Yeah, exactly. Thank you for doing that. No, you can keep going on to the next sheet. I was just appreciating your going back to those. This is lighting. It will be downlight in some of the trees, as well as path lights along new and existing pathways, as well as step lights down. We feel this will adequately light the main areas, and we're trying to be aware of the neighboring, so we are not using any uplights, and they're all dark sky compliant. Yeah, next one, thank you. And then for Wheelo, we're underneath the 2,500 square feet needed for Wheelo calcs. So we are using Appendix D compliance and have made all of our sheets compliant with the specified requirements in those. The existing site irrigation is currently fully functional. So we'll be using their drip and reconfiguring the drip lines, as well as since there's a reduction in lawn, we will be adjusting the spray heads accordingly. I believe that is it. You can go to the last one, I think. Yeah, that's it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, do we have any questions? Does that complete your presentation? You guys want to summarize anything?
I don't think we have anything additional to add. So thank you for.
Any questions from the board? Do we have any public comment? Okay, let's bring it back for comment from the board, starting with Alex, please, Mr. Brazil.
Yeah, this is this project is follows exactly what we ask, and it's fine. I just have a comment regarding the colors and materials. It has evolved from a Spanish, vocabulary to a more modern use of materials with a metal roofing and so forth. And I kind of wonder if you can go to the what page is this? Page 12 that has the colors and materials. It just seems like it seems like the colors match the previous Spanish colors, and I don't know. I think it would be more successful to have to go on a little bit on the cooler side with the cooler siding, also the roof a little bit darker, maybe on the more like darker brown or gray or something like that. And the pavings, instead of going with the saltillo, to go with the other flagstone that is used elsewhere. This is just suggestions, these are personal things, but I think it would be a more successful project that way. It would be more integrated. It seems like right now the choices of finishes somehow conflict between it's a switch between one style to the other, and it hasn't really completely done. Anyway, that's what I see. Other than that, the project is well detailed and ready to go. Thanks.
All right, Valerie.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, and I assume that you're keeping that color because of there's areas of the house that maybe are not going to be repainted, but you could mix up, have more than one color on the entire body of the house because it's such a big sprawling house. But as far as the various comments and the way you've addressed them, I think the project looks great and it's ready to go. But I was thinking the same thing about the colors, just as a suggestion.
Valerie, can I make one comment about that, since you and Alex both brought it up? We went over this in detail with the client, and he specifically wanted these colors. We wanted a lighter shade of the wood siding and a darker roof, so for a contrast, and just I think what you were alluding to, and he really likes this light yellow, creamy yellow, but we're gonna lure him toward the darker roof as much as we can, and this is the closest that we could find right now, but yes, we agree.
Lure him to the dark side. It sounds very dramatic. All right, John, do you have any comments?
like-
Mr. Hertiak. Like he's
Looks
left
like he's
the
not.
building. I'm gonna come back to him, so I'll give you, Robert, you can go ahead and jump in there.
Yeah, I think this project looks great. It's ready to move forward, and the landscape is detailed, and I think they addressed all the previous comments. So
Okay, well, I'm not sure where John went. Maybe somebody lured him away. Let's.
He's
something
gone to the
lured him
dark
a-
side.
Yeah, who knows? All right, probably to the restroom, I'm guessing. Let's. It sounds like we have a project here that's ready for final or preliminary approval today. Is there? And it sounds like some people here moved to make a motion or move it forward.
Yeah, I'll make a motion for final approval. And yeah, as submitted, and with suggestions regarding color, but leave that to you and the client because it's fine.
Okay, and do we have a second for that?
I'll second the motion.
Oh, we're fighting over it. All right, you guys want to do a Rochambeau for that? I think.
I'll give it to Alex.
All right, Alex seconds. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, John's back. John, did you be able to participate in the vote here? We had a motion for an approval as submitted. We lost you there for a second. Oh, the suspense.
Still on the dark side.
Yeah. John, can you hear me? John, you there? Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I want to make sure we got a vote from you on this, or an abstention. We made a
Yeah,
motion.
no, I
for-
vote aye.
Okay, aye. So motion carries. Woo!
Happy Friday, everyone.
That was a cliffhanger. All right, on to more excitement here. Thank you for a nice presentation. All right, we bring him back, Chris. If somebody got him waiting in the wings, lure him back.
I'm back.
All right, there he is. You can have control of your meeting back, sir.
Thank you. Very well done, Mr. Bloomer. All right, moving on then. Item number 4, Newton demo, single family dwelling. Request of Don Nolte, architect for Charles Newton, for conceptual review of a new residence of approximately 8,578 square feet. With attached garage, 850 square feet, basement, 1,096 square feet, covered terrace, 585 square feet, swimming pool and spa. Property is 2.41 acres located at 4343 Marina Drive in Hope Ranch area. And do we have the applicant here? Please state your name or names for the record.
Hello, I'm Don Nolte. Can you all hear me?
Yes, hi Don.
Great. Hi.
So whenever you're ready, just tell us what page you want to be on. We'll try to limit to 10 to 15 minutes if you would.
Okay, this is the existing survey showing the existing home. It's about 150 foot wide, overall about 700 feet long down to the bluff. And the left side between Marina Drive and the bluff, the front of the house is it's forested with avocado trees, so the property is very well screened from the street. Thank you. I'm going to ask Sam Mathis to discuss this plan with you a little later. Can you go to the very last sheet? And there'll be photographs I wanted to show you.
We zoom in on those, Robert.
Yeah, so the upper right-hand corner, if you could, the view from the street, that's actually taken from Marina Drive. And you can see the kind of screening that we have there. Sam will talk more about the avocados, which we want to keep as a resource, but they were really tall and hard to get to the fruit, so they hadn't been maintained that well over the years. And then the upper left-hand photograph is once you're into the property, you're driving. You can move to the upper left-hand corner of the photos. Yeah, you can, that's you're on the property now and you're driving. And left-hand corner photographs. you can actually get a glimpse of the home down there, although it's very difficult. And then the very last photo is once you're onto the backyard of the house, you can see the views that we have of the water. There's the house, and then there's one more photo that shows the ocean bluff.
Terrible.
And so we wanted to, we're working very closely with our geologists. As you know, the studies for the beach run-up, the wave run-up studies and the erosion of the bluff. And we're in the peer review process, and we think we're close with the location of the building. And we're just maybe a couple of weeks away from having final confirmation of that. I'd like to turn it over to Sam now to discuss the site planning and how we located the house. And that would be and if you could show that second sheet of plan, that would be the landscape plan.
Thank you, Don. Well, you guys, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, SBAR members. As Don mentioned, this site has been really untouched for 30, 40 years, and it has substantial avocados on the northeast side that we're under kind of a maintenance and refurbishing of those to bring them back. They're strong root systems, but they were let go and they weren't watered very well. So it has kind of an agricultural feel as you come in with the avocados, and the existing fruit trees you can see are a little bare on the west side, but we'll be increasing the orchard feeling on the west side coming in. As we drop into this driveway, as Don mentioned, the site, the house has to be relocated back of the new bluff setback. And we're showing that setback edge where the pool is and where the house is are two different geologic new setbacks for bluff retreat. So the house position is centered on the lot. We're saving all the major trees. We have a cypress grouping at the ocean side. We have a cypress on the west side towards the west neighbor. We have substantial oak trees all along the east side with that adjacent neighbor. And you can see that we're really positioned kind of away from the adjacent property houses. They're a little forward of us and a little behind us in terms of the structures. We'll be increasing the plant screening on both sides for privacy. There is an existing wall all along the west side currently, and it's planted with arbutus, and we'll be planting it with oak trees and substantial screen planting to kind of increase the privacy. And the neighbor on the east side is also putting in a wall on their side. So we'll be screened initially with a good fence or a wall, and we'll be planting that out. To describe the site plan, you really saw kind of the rural curving aspect of the driveway. We hope to maintain that feeling. And the orchard to the north for good screening, we'll probably be lining it with some new trees. The choice could be, of course, something like a field-grown olive. We do have a couple of Canariensis palms on site, and we've proposed, and the owner's happy to transplant those in the area where the house is up to the Marina Drive palm alley, because there's two missing. The two palms shown at the front on the west side of the driveway are not there. They've in the past been cut down for reasons of whatever health or whatnot. So we wanted to kind of encourage the long alley and bring it back at least with our trees. And Hope Ranch has been very excited about that possibility when we presented to them. We've received conceptual approval for this from the Hope Ranch Committee in the last few weeks. But to further describe the site plan, we come down into the motor court with a hammerhead that allows the fire truck to turn around in the main entry guest part of the parking lot, and it extends into the more private motor court that is to the east side. Our garage doors are concealed, and we're kind of in a little sunken motor court over there. It's a slight grade of maybe 10% coming from the street, so there's not a lot of retaining needed. We do, again, though, terrace down for the main house. We step down from the entry with a little kind of entry fountain feature at the motor court, but then we drop down 3 or 4 feet to a courtyard that is in front of the front door. Of course, the front door is aligned symmetrically through the architecture, and Don can explain that. Out to the pool, we'd hope to do a small infinity edge. The edge is maybe 3 feet. We really don't have much reason to pronounce it. If you want to blow that up, you'll see a little bit of the conceptual idea. There's patio spaces mostly on the ocean side and the courtyard side. We have very small areas to the east and west because of our setbacks and privacy. So we're really not doing a lot of entertaining space to either side. We do have a nice kind of stepped garden between the garage and the main house. So we have kind of a kitchen garden. Those terraces are meant to kind of be a planted area. We hope to do a nice courtyard planting and framing of the entry of the architecture, which you'll again see. But the idea would be that the field-grown olive or additional tall tree material would be in the front of the house and frame the architecture and soften it. And then on the ocean side, because of the beautiful view, we're not going to have much in terms of planting, but we have a covered patio space in the center that you can see. And then looking over the pool, we drop down a number of feet to an open yard that will be something like carapia or buffalo grass or something low and very native to keep the water very minimal on the bluff side. The bluff is well planted, and the erosion sign that we've seen is minimal, if any. So we'll just be increasing our planting on that side to secure the bluff. We have substantial Phoenix canarensis palms on the east side that we'll be maintaining. All the oaks that you can see in the critical root zones we're working with. We have an arborist, Bill Millett, who has done an arborist report because there are a few oak trees in the center that you see that have numbers that we will be transplanting on the western screen and mitigating with new oaks that we'll be planting throughout the project as well, because there's a lot of room for new trees. I think you can see the pool equipment is kind of down inside our setback down below and hidden with a bunker. There's no real improvements at all on the bluff side other than the pool. And you can see the 2 lines of the setback, one being the pool setback that's allowed and then the house setback. So that really has driven the site plan to be more condensed with the building in the center. That really gives you a good overview. I think I'll turn it over to Don maybe so he can go through some of the design of the architecture, and you'll see how the site plan kind of aligns to frame and center some of the features of the architecture. Thank you.
Thanks, Sam. Can you go to the 4th sheet in the file? I'll just briefly go through the layout of the floor plan. In the lower right-hand corner is the main floor, and you can see the garage. And it's up on a higher level. The house slopes about 4 to 5 feet through the depth of that site. There is about a 5-foot fall, so we did have to step down into the entry court, and the front door, it opens onto the living room and then a covered terrace and out to the pool. And then the organization of the house is the family and kitchen. Dining is on the left side, and on the right side is more of gym and offices and entertainment. The second floor is 4 bedrooms, and they're all required. And as well, we have snuck a little bunk house over the garage, and that's sort of a little bridge area you'll see on the elevations. And now if you could just go, and then there is a basement area for storage and wine, the basement level. If you go to the second to the last sheet, please. One more. We'll go through the elevations, and of course you can't see the fact that we're trying to break up the mass so much. So that is the front door. We're on the front. These are the side views. And if you want to go to the next sheet, it's a lot more easy to. It's easier to understand. Yeah. So the lower left rendering is this an aerial, and you can see the auto court is to the left, and then you step down to this forecourt, and the upper left view, you're in the forecourt, and you can see how the little bridge area goes to the bunkhouse above the garage, and the upper right hand view is from the auto court of the house. And the lower right is on the ocean side, and you can see there's lots of depth and shadow created from the covered terraces and the roof overhangs. And I'm trying to work with a couple of different materials. We hope to use some limestone or possibly Santa Barbara stone if we can find the right colors, and we do hopefully reclaimed tile roofs. And so the feeling is that it's a timeless architecture that will age well, and it's inside still very bright and clean and contemporary. And that's our plan so far.
All right, thank you. Questions from the board? Anyone? All right, is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? Raise your hand if so.
I see we have Nan Stone. And Nan, did you want to talk on this item? Perhaps not.
Yeah, okay. All right, so back to the board for comments. Ms. Frusher.
Actually, I do have one quick question about the oak trees. You said you're gonna relocate them, or some of them are pretty large though, right?
Yes, we've looked at how we will do that, and the size of them, Valerie, is such that we feel comfortable and confident that we can remove and box them to the side of the property. So we're not going to move them off site. Of course, we're going to utilize them because they're nice looking specimens. They're of about the 10-inch size to 12-inch size in the middle area. And we'd like to move those to the western property line. If you go back to the landscape plan, you'll see I've got them kind of located in an area that really does frame the driveway nicely.
Yeah.
But the attempt is to manipulate the trees in a very considerate way and utilize them. And if for whatever reason they do not make the transplant, of course, there's always that chance. We will be, of course, mitigating with other oaks. But you see that western property line in the left side area, we do not have really any substantial trees. And that's where the neighbor has the majority of their building and motor courts. So it really is an advantageous balance to present a strong oak tree presence and canopy on our west side as we already have on our east side.
Right.
So we're kind of counterbalancing the site a little bit with the trees that are in the middle, transplanted trees.
Good. Yeah, I think that would be just my only comment of really getting that screening going on the western property line. But as far as the site layout and the house, it's very classical and beautiful and looks good.
Okay.
Nice
Thank
project.
you.
Yeah.
Board member Verdiak, comments?
Well, I agree with Valerie. It's a beautiful classic Santa Barbara, Southern California idiom here that's very well done. The only thing that when I look at this plan at the south side of the building. In the perspective, it showed a couple of planters with trees in it intruding on this long walkway going east-west here along the pool. And my impression would be to move some planters out to break up the length of that walk somewhat. I think it's going to get a lot of sun there and it's going to be hot, and that would be a suggestion.
We do have those, excuse me, board member John, we do have planters on either side of that covered patio that's kind of recessed, and we could extend those out and create a little bit of a small canopy and shade canopy to break up that patio space a little bit, as Don showed in his rendering. So we'll study that.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else, John?
No, it's just beautiful to see some hand-drawn landscaping like this. I love it.
Good. All right, Mr. Peugeot, comments?
Yes, I agree. It's a very nicely designed project. Now that we're on this site layout, I really like the offset of the driveway and the meandering aspect. If it could meander a little bit more, the better. But it's really nice. It takes away from the forced classical symmetry, and it really makes it fit into the setting pretty well. Regarding the the motor court, I wonder if on the west side, that place where there's an extra car parked on the west, if that's really necessary, if that could not be reduced. It's an internal issue, so it's up to you, but it seems like a little bit excessive on that side, right to the north of the hammerhead, on the northwest corner of the motor court. Now, if we can go to the elevations on sheet 5, please. Can we do that? Who's driving? It is.
I think it's just a delay.
Oh, okay. It's a big. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, you can blow up the elevation, but I think it's there's nothing wrong with the style. It's quite the opposite, but it is that hard neoclassical style that kind of one wonders if it couldn't be softened up a little bit. I think that the north elevation is very nice, very austere. It looks like a north elevation, but just two comments there. It's like maybe the rigidity, the fact that all of the windows are the same, and again the neoclassical approach to this type of Spanish house. It's a little bit austere. There's an offset on the right hand side on the round window over that gable. That part is the least successful of the whole design. It's still, I guess, it's acceptable, but it could be softened. On the south, I think the bow arches are not as successful as maybe there are too many of them. Maybe they come too close to the roof. It's just it's not a big deal. It's just like it makes it look a little bit more harsh than it needs to be. I question the use of limestone. It makes it more corporate, more institutional, more of it takes some of the softness that I guess some people would prefer to see in a residential, in a house, even in a large house. Just don't take this as criticism. It's just it's a suggestion, I guess. It just seems like maybe it's the type of the rendering itself, the style, maybe the way it is presented. But if you go to page 7, for instance, on the renderings, it does look less welcoming than it could be. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Richards?
Yeah, I really like the project. I agree with the comment that the driveway coming through the orchard really sets a nice, arrival experience into this property. I think that it would be great to address the existing plant that's all over this hill. I don't know if that's possible, but that is an invasive situation. So anything to kind of return that edge into the natural condition that it wants to be, I think would really work to the benefit of the property and the landscape. And then, yeah, overall, I think it's great. I think this pool and the relationship to the main residence is going to look really nice with the infinity edge, and it's really well thought out. And I don't have much to add to it. I think it's great. Thanks.
Okay. Valerie, did you already go? Okay, I think you did, right?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so Mr. Bloomer.
Sorry, it's stuff on my face here. Kind of on the same page with Alex a little bit about, I think, I look at the floor plan and the site layout and site work, and it looks really great, So overall, the project's really fine and moving in a good direction. Seems totally appropriate. I think the applicant is struggling a bit because the 3D modeling is kind of stepping forward into the presentation here, and it's not articulated enough to really convey the intent of the design. So while it may be technically correct, it's graphically struggling, so it's hard to see it. I guess the answer to that is to come back with more carefully articulated exterior elevations. I think there's too much reliance on the 3D model for that, and the 3D model hasn't been articulated or brought to the level of detail that's necessary to convey this kind of architecture successfully. So maybe a more traditional elevation drawing approach, or further effort to bring the 3D model to a level it needs to be, so it's there. But there's an attempt here that's being held back by, I think, a low level of detail in the 3D modeling. But from details to convey the different aspects of this house are going to be necessary, and I think a better effort on the elevations to really complete the study of this thing. But I would say generally, from a proportion standpoint, the house itself seems to be correct. I don't see any mass bulk and scale or proportional issues. I do, just in studying the south elevation especially, it feels like the fenestration, the window package needs more study. I mean, it's nothing major, but it's just not there for me. I don't know it just needs study. I don't even want to get into why. I don't think I even know exactly, but it needs work.
Okay, thank you. I agree. Very nice project. I think if you can go to the west elevation real quick while we're on elevations, there's one area that, like this sort of zone in here, I think that just needs some additional study, and it could be the fact that, I don't know, if the door doesn't line up with this tower element or something. I'm not an architect, but it seems like there's some big blank walls in here, and it just kind of, the elevations kind of peter out as you get along this west elevation. So I think, I don't know if it would help to have any windows up here. Obviously, maybe you're dealing with some privacy issues, but seems like something else is needed in that location. And let's see, I think it would help to update the 3D model to include the hardscape. I assume that was maybe done before Sam jumped on board. So to incorporate his hardscape at least, and some landscape would help too, but don't need to go overboard. I think that would help put the project on the site a little better, because you have some elevation changes and other things that would help us see this a little bit better. So that view from the auto court on the upper right doesn't show the elevation drop, or maybe it's the steps are there, but it's anyway, the design is completely different than what's shown here now. So it helped to bring that up to date. And then I assume new entry gate. So we'd want to see what that is going to look like out towards the street. And otherwise, I think what is, are you, as far as story polling goes, did Hope Ranch give any indication that they would require that, or I want to
Yes, we've been asked to put up story poles for 30-day period. And how do we work that with you? We'll get photos. Would you like to be alerted when they're up, or?
Yes, I think so. I think it warrants it. So I think if you can just let your planner know and they can let us know, we can either drive by on our own, or if, as far, I don't know what the access is like, but I think we would want to see the story poles and how it relates to the neighboring parcels and structures and all that. So,
do you have a planner yet?
So yeah, I was going to mention, so they've been in for a consult, but they don't have a formal application in yet. So I don't know the timing with Hope Ranch, but I wonder if it would make sense to just try to coordinate it in a way that, when it comes back to your board for further review, that the story poles could be done then and kind of kill two birds with one stone.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Okay, I was hoping to get a little clarity from a couple of your comments. So we're here, it's the conceptual design, and of course we've taken it beyond that, and it's not a soft pencil drawing, but we didn't have render this model. It was just for us to understand the massing. But what I wanted was a building that showed a lot of ins and outs and shadows, and to not have it institutional looking. And Alex, I agree. I do like that rhythm of the windows on that front elevation. But I think what you're missing is the hand worked wrought iron and the lamps, and the fact that the plaster will have a lot of movement in it. So I think it's not as severe as it may look in the rendering, in the elevations. And we're still playing with all of the openings, whether they're arch or flat top. So we're just trying to work with the letting much light in on the south side, and then but on the front side have a little more of a private feeling. And when you enter the house, it's just extremely enhanced views of the ocean and the pool. So that's our intent, and we do want a softened finish appearance.
Okay, very good. So let's see, we're here for conceptual. I think if the board is okay with it, to return for further conceptual / preliminary with story pole viewing when appropriate. Any objections?
As far as preliminary, so this I believe will require a CDH, which is discretionary, so it will be the zoning administrator.
Okay.
So
there first and then back to us for further conceptual?
Well, ideally more like further conceptual on your end to get that project maybe a little further along with positive comments, and then back for preliminary after the ZA. So like further conceptual with the story poles.
Okay.
And then ZA, and then back to your board for preliminary.
All right. Do we need another meeting?
Yeah, I think we should see it before it goes to the zoning administrator, because that's the approval, basically.
Right. Okay.
If you want to see story poles, then you would need another meeting.
Yeah. Okay. All right. There you have it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you all.
Moving on, item number 5, PEVIC additions, or PVIC, not sure. Request of Zoran PVIC for preliminary approval of an addition of approximately 811 square feet to the existing residence, and validation of an as-built 330 square foot workshop that will be converted to an ADU. Also proposed 454 square foot trellis, 94 square foot enclosed porch, roof alterations, and exterior door and window changes. This is located at 4015 Romita Road in Hope Ranch area. Last heard February 18th. Do we have the applicant here? If so, state your name for the record, please.
My name is Zoran Pevic. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, thank you, Zoran. I'll we had just 2 comments from last time, so I'll read those first and then just turn it over to you to address those. So first comment was well-conceived, modest project, nicely detailed. Second, provide photos of project from roadway above to demonstrate visibility as it relates to setback modification. So if you can kind of show us those few things and tell us what has changed, we can probably keep it fairly short. We don't have to run through the whole thing again.
Okay, yeah, I did submit photos from Monty Drive, which looks down onto the property. I'm not sure if somebody could share that with you guys.
Is that sheet 4 there, Robert?
No.
It's a different folder. It's called Monty Drive 2, 3, 4.
Okay, hang on. I'm gonna have to change the screen I'm sharing. Let's see.
Yeah, there are 4 separate photographs.
Give me just
Yeah,
a
so
second. All right, there you go.
Yeah, as you can see from the street above, the house sinks pretty far down. So really just kind of get the view of the top of the house. The ADU that I'm trying to get a modification for really isn't visible from the road whatsoever, unless you really go up against that hedge line and try to peer down.
You want to look at the other photos, or is this one good for what we're describing?
Yeah, so that they're all from Monty. That's one of them. That's kind of the bulk of the elevation from the road. So you could just see that there's a pretty big elevation change from Monty down to the elevation of the finished floor of the house.
All right, here's another one. It looks, they're all pretty similar photos.
Yep. So there you could see like the bits of the tile roof.
So the modification is for what? Is for the encroachment into setback, or what is it?
That's correct. So what I'm looking to do is there's a den that's attached to the garage that's closest to the property line. I'm looking to convert that 330 square foot space into a ADU.
Okay. Let's see, hold on a second. What page?
I'm gonna go back to the plans.
So if you go back to the plans,
what it would be
you want to see the site plan here? Or the survey?
Yep.
Why don't you tell me what sheet you'd like to
So
see?
yeah, you could do it there. That's kind of a general landscape plan. It's to the bottom right-hand corner. So off of the 2-car garage, there's kind of a diamond hatch. That is the 330 square foot ADU, which is currently a den. And that's what's encroaching into the setback.
Okay, got it.
And then the new addition you could see in the normal hatch, which is within the setback. That is the new master suite addition and hallway to the main house. So if
Zoran, you seem to have cut out.
So where is the the setback line? I see the dotted line is the setback line right there that goes by the trees. That one right there. Okay, and it's a big setback, right? Like it's what is it?
Dimension is
75. Hope Ranch has 75 feet.
Okay. All right. Okay. Can I comment on this, Mr. Chair, or?
Let's ask for public comment.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure this out myself. I mean, what's happening with these existing oaks? Where's the driveway?
Hey, everybody.
The driveway's on the other side here.
I'm sorry, I've been having some internet issues. Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, so nothing is going on towards Monty Drive. I'm keeping all the existing oak trees. It's along the perimeter of the road. And then we have some pretty large oak trees that dot the back of the house. So none of that is going to be touched.
Okay, got it. Sorry. All right. Any questions from the board? Okay, is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? If so, raise your hand. We're lacking attendees today. Okay, back to the board for comments. Mr. Peugeot.
Yeah, I look at the plans and the details, and it's well done, just like we said last time. And yeah, I think the modification is appropriate. It's really, I understand the setback is really large, but it's in a downhill. There's a change of elevation. There's landscaping. I'm in support of it. I think it's acceptable.
Okay, anyone have any other comments?
I'll make a quick comment. Just studying this landscape plan, it seems like there's very little variety in it, but maybe that's the intent of the applicant here. So other than that, I think the project's great. So.
Okay, anyone else? All right, this is here for preliminary approval. So
it's before the modification, or do we need? Is that the way it works?
Yeah, with the modifications, we get preliminary approval first, then they get the mod, and then they're back to you for final. Kind of like with that those ADUs you saw this morning on consent.
Okay, okay. So I'll make a motion for preliminary approval as submitted. Are there any conditions, Robert? Do you think it needs any kind of different planting material, or do you think it's fine the way it is?
Well, I would just say maybe the applicant could review whether they want to add variety. If this is what they like, then that's fine. I don't think it's viewable from any public area. So if they keep it simple, then that's fine.
Okay, so that's the motion then for preliminary approval submitted.
I'll second.
Second from Val. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you, sir.
You wanted to come back full board or on consent?
Oh yeah, I would move to for consent. I think it's not going to change.
Yeah, I would second for consent.
Okay, and all would vote in favor for that as well.
Aye.
All right.
Robert, for the next two items, items number 6 and 7, we did actually have revised plans come in. I put them in the box folder after we started the meeting.
Okay.
Reduce file size plans. Is that it?
That's it.
Yeah, excellent. I'm great. I can open this fast.
It's going to take me a minute to download this. So.
Okay, well, I'll start reading here. So this is item 6, the Iyer addition. Request of Dylan Henderson, architect for Jason Iyer, for preliminary approval of the construction of an approximately 615 square foot gym, 600 square foot pool, retaining deck, interior remodel, and lots of other things. I'm not going to read through it all, but lots of little bits of square footage everywhere. So this is a 2-acre parcel located at 4162 Cresta Avenue in Eastern Goleta Valley Community Plan. And last heard June 6th of 2021. So do we have the applicant here? If so,
yeah.
State name for the record.
Yep, Dylan Henderson, Salt Architecture. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Okay, and I have, I'll read through the comments quick while Robert's still getting this up. And then I'll turn it over to you. So size, bulk, scale, architectural style, and materiality are appropriate for the neighborhood. Project appears to be an improvement to the existing site development. Siting of pool is appropriate and landscape plan looks great. Return with plant list on planting plan. Show existing and proposed hardscape walls and trees on landscape plan and include accurate diameter at breast height. critical root zone and drip line. Include grading plan to show potential impacts on critical root zone. Study ways on the north elevation to architecturally tie the deck and railing system into the arbor with cohesive detailing along the same horizontal line. And lastly, double check earthwork quantities to ensure accuracy. So if you just want to run through those comments for us, Dylan, we'll.
Okay, I'm almost got it.
Okay.
Reduced file size plans.
I'll give a little background while Robert's working on that. So one of the reason why it's taken so long to get to this level of meeting is we had obviously a lot of planning comments. We had an arborist report, biologist report, slope study, things like that. And so I'm going to let Rob Madej take care of the comments relative to grading, drainage, and the planting. He has an additional plan set, Robert. With the plan set was too big to send in one compiled. So there are two different plan sets, one for landscape and one for mine. So we should make sure we get that downloaded as well.
Okay, yeah, I got the whole folder here. So
okay, great. So we went through that. And so I just want to go to page 7 of the PDF.
Is that showing up there for you?
It's not there yet. You're on 1 still.
All right, there must be a lag in this.
Okay. Yeah, there we go. So one of the requirements from the planning side was that we do a slope study based on where we're doing the addition of the pool and the deck. And so that was completed and surveyed recently. And so just a little background on why it's taken us a little bit to get to this point. If you go to page 12 of the PDF, please.
Okay, it's on 12. It's probably loaded for you.
Okay. Okay, so the comment from the previous meeting, obviously this house is existing, the addition we're doing, if you look at the perspective view on the right side of the page, the addition gym is underneath the proposed deck. We're coming out into the landscape just a little bit in order to grab that from the existing basement level. One of the comments was there is an existing there's sort of joist extensions coming out of the floor system. And previously we had modeled that in air. We had placed that pergola slightly higher than the floor joist system. And so the comment was, well, it would look better if it was coming out of at the floor joist level where the break in the first to second level is. And that is where it's existing. We corrected that on these plans. And so those joists that are existing coming out from the building have 2x2 steel purlins coming out from them. And so I think that'll obviously clean that up pretty significantly. If you go to page 2 of the PDF.
Page 2.
Yes. Yeah, so the lower right corner shows the perspective view, the rendered perspective view of what that looks like. And so if there's any questions on that, I'm happy to answer them. If we wanted to go through the whole plan set, I'm happy to do that. But that's really the bulk of the comments here. And so I can turn this over to landscape, or we can flip through if you'd like to just reorient yourself with the project. But let me know what you think.
Yeah, I think we can. I mean, you covered the comments, so I think we can just move forward with the landscape.
Okay, so I will turn it over to Rob Madej.
Great. And so if Robert, you could pop over to the landscape set, that'd be appreciated.
Okay, what's the name of the file here? I see L5 here. Is that?
It should be 220224 AIR LUP compressed.
Yeah, the second one.
Okay, here we go.
Oh, perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, so as Dylan mentioned, there was a slope study on the site, and so we're looking at the existing topography on the site, and basically the entire slope from the driveway in the south end is running down an existing like 30% slope. There just so happens to be kind of like a 20% slope in the area where the pool is proposed to be located, which works to our benefit. If you look at this from above, bird's eye view, it's really difficult to even see the house. This whole area is an environmentally sensitive habitat area, so we did a lot of work with the biologists to identify the extents of the environmental, the ESHA areas, and locating those. And boy, our pool just kind of like sneaks into that zone. So it wasn't a lot of movement and ability to move this in space. So we had a lot of conditions that were pushing us a certain direction on this one. And so the next sheet, if you would, Robert, takes us to just a high level overview of what the proposal is here. In the on the south side of the house, the driveway coming in, it doesn't show it on this sheet, but there are 2 oak trees in that basically arrival courtyard space, motor court space, which right now slopes at about cross slope about 10% through there. My little car gets stuck and spins out trying to access the house. So really what we're doing is just what's necessary from a fire and transportation standpoint of leveling off that area to 5%. So that cars can actually use that space. And that area will be a chip seal type of surface. Off to the left there is another really difficult to use kind of paving area that references the garage space. That's a cross sloped and side sloped and really unusable area. So we're correcting that as well. And so we still have a slope and it's still not ideal, but what we're trying to do is minimize the retaining wall heights that are required on the south side of that driveway coming into the home. As we roll into the entry of the home there, you can see kind of 2 somewhat semicircular walls that step down to the entryway. The lower wall is really there so we can have some positive drainage away from the house because again, the slope is running towards the house. They've had perennial issues with water running into the basement lower floor there. So we want to make sure that we can solve that from a grading perspective. That lower wall is about a 2-foot kind of dry stack sandstone wall to help us terrace up to that new motor court elevation. As you can see on the right-hand side, there's a staircase that's being formalized to get down to essentially an at-grade pathway that works its way around to the bottom side of that gym that Dylan referenced. It looks like on our plan that there's a wall there, but that's actually just a sandstone curb that's holding the gravel edge because that is the start of another steep slope section running down to a royal beyond. Let's pop over to let's see, sheet 4, if you would, Robert. Thank you. Okay, those 2 red, thank you very much. Those 2 red X's denote the 2 oak trees that will be removed as part of this project. I think we've discussed essentially everything else that there's to be said about this sheet. So maybe we could hop to sheet 5 for an enlarged view of the pool area. And once again, our pool just barely kind of snuck in the setback from the ESHA area, setback from property lines, and then also adhering to kind of slope constraints there, not pushing over the 20% slope envelope. And we have a couple sections that explain what's happening with the terraced kind of effect of this pool as it spills on that north side into a basin and then hits that slope below. And I think the sections will probably do a better job explaining what's happening from a grade perspective there. And then our plant list will show you what we're proposing to do from a screening standpoint. But what you can see in this one, which I think is of note, is all the green tree symbols here north of the pool. Those are all of our mitigation oaks that will be required for the for the removal of the 2 oaks in the motor court. And next sheet, please. Next sheet is a simple lighting plan. No uplights, no downlights, all pathway and essentially circulation lighting that are required for essentially steps and accessing the home and around the perimeter. The next sheet is our cut sheets, if you care to look at those. But I think more importantly is is sheet number 8 that has some sections of our pool and its location on the site and how that is interfacing with the existing slope. Thank you. There we go. So section 3 is a section line cutting through the pool, and you can see we've got essentially a rim of the pool is at 339 to the top of our basin. So we have a 4-foot exposed kind of water elevation here, and then from the top of the basin to native grade is another like 4.5 feet there. And what is, I think, important to note here is that the location of this pool as it relates, and actually the house as it relates to the surrounding site and the landscape beyond, is that there's just a really significant buffer of oak trees from that elevation running all the way down to the bottom of the property. And it's almost impossible to actually see any of these improvements from anywhere in the neighborhood. So we're well screened from an existing and environmentally sensitive habitat area standpoint, which so essentially that will never change. But what we are doing for those exposed walls is we'll be planting Rus integrifoliae at the base of those to fully screen any type of exposed face, and we'll essentially never see that in a couple of years after the standard plant growth. And there's off of the pool, the kind of west of the pool, there's a deck area, and that shows you how that deck area kind of connects and fleshes out with the existing patio space. Sheet number 9 is our kind of MWELO study and water use calculations for our proposed landscape plan. And essentially at this point, because there's really not going to be a lot of planting that's happening here, because there's so much oak canopy and existing oak canopy here that we're not going to be fighting the shade. But significantly at the base of the pool, we can see some of our proposed planting palette for that. But essentially we're going to be leaning on the Rus integrifoliae as it should be in that type of environmentally sensitive habitat area. A lot of it exists, so we'll be leaning on that plant material to do a lot of the screening work for us below the pool. Sheet number 10 is our grading and drainage plan, which more clearly defines our grading solution, our proposed wall heights and water flow, and also includes some grading quantities. And I think we're, once that pops up on the screen, thank you. I think it looks like right now we're at about 45 cubic yards of import for this project. But I think you get a better sense of what's happening from the complexity of the water movement on the site and the great kind of extent that we're going to solve these water problems on the high side of the project. And then let's see, is there anything else to note here? In our set, we have a stormwater control plan, L7.0, probably not too interested. The last sheet of the set, I think better illustrates our ESH buffer setback. And so you can kind of see how the pool and proposed deck area sit within that space clearly. One more sheet, Robert. There you go. So that red line is our ESH buffer setback. So you can see how the pool just snugs up right in that space. And then we have some setbacks from oak trees to the west as well. So not a lot of movement on where that pool can land based on our site constraints. With that, I'll pass it back to Dylan or the board if they have any questions.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, Robert. That was great, Rob. And I guess what I would love to do, if the board found it appropriate, I'd love to come back for final consent, but I'll leave that to you all to determine, obviously. But after a year of planning and approval meetings, we're anxious to keep moving forward. So I appreciate it.
Right, thank you guys.
Okay.
Questions from the board? Anyone? Questions? Okay.
Real quick, is there a planner memo? I'm just curious.
I didn't see one for anything today. Let's see.
We've been working with Paige Rosa on this.
Oh, yes. There is, but it just says planner comments, none.
Okay, cool.
This is Chris. I'm the planner that was reassigned the project, so I'm happy to answer any questions if I can.
Okay. All right. So no questions from the board and no public comment. back to the board then for comments. Anyone? Well, that never works. Mr. Richards.
It seems like a really well detailed project and located this pool where it's got to be, and I don't know, everything looks awesome to me. I say let them come back on consent.
Okay, Ms. Froscher.
Yeah, I think they've really psychoanalyzed this property with the planning department and have worked through the many challenges. So yeah, I'd say it could come final on consent.
Okay, Mr. Verdiak.
Well, I agree. It's really well thought out. Great improvement. Final on consent sounds good.
Okay, Mr. Peugeot.
I agree.
Mr. Bloomer.
Yeah, that's fine. I agree too.
Mr. Gilliland. One quick question for Rob. Could you point out, you mentioned the Rus integrifolia a few times.
Yes. So thanks, Chair. We have a plant list right now for that. We'll actually get to the actual finalized planting plan and bring that to you back for the final, if that's okay.
Okay, sure, yeah, but it was basically in here, right, to help screen.
Yeah, and so ideally, we're not even going to be running down that far because there's not a lot of utility-based, running down that slope. So we're likely just going to be planting at the base of the pool face and other places where we need that screening around the side of the deck. Yep.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. I don't have anything else to add. It looks well done to me. So, someone want to make a motion? This is here for prelim.
And make a motion for preliminary approval with final on consent.
Okay.
I will second it.
Let's give Robert this one. He's been anxiously waiting for.
I know.
Yay, finally.
All right, all those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, guys.
Mr.
Right.
Chair, so
Yes.
we're approaching the lunch hour. I just wanted to double check and see how far the SBAR wants to go, and if whether or not some of our expected departure times of our board members should play into that.
Right.
And this might inform that. My meeting got canceled, so I can be here to help through the end of it.
Okay. Cool. Anyone else? Nobody else is leaving or abstaining, right? I think so. We should be good. And we have number 7, number 8, and number 10 and 11.
Yes.
And
I just recused for number 11.
Right. Okay.
Can we do one more, Alex? Or I'm sorry, can we do one more, Chris, and then go to lunch?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too.
Okay.
All right, so let's move on to item number 7, the Travers edition. Request of Susan Sherwin, architect for Richard Travers and A. Akers, for conceptual review of the conversion and addition to the existing unpermitted accessory structure, resulting in.
Robert, were you able to download the revised plans, the updated plans for that?
You guys didn't like the psychedelic images on the last page? That's a pretty. That looks like a killer art show. I don't want to know how you did that. They're beautiful.
Yeah, I think I am in the. I'm in the file that was in that folder I just downloaded, I believe. Hang on, let me double check.
There's a new version inside the plans folder.
I think you've invented a new art form here.
Okay, so
new plans. All right, here we go.
So I'm going to keep reading here. This is for a conceptual review of the conversion and addition to the existing unpermitted accessory structure, resulting in addition of approximately 346 square feet. This is a 0.24 acre parcel at 2835 Exeter Place in Mission Canyon area. And if you would state your names for the record.
I'm Susan Sherwin, architect.
Richard Travers, owner.
Okay, and so you can just tell Robert what page you'd like to be on and give us your presentation when ready.
Okay, moving to the second page, we can see the existing situation in the survey. So Exeter Place is above the site. It's sloping up from the left to the right. And this property is on a, as you can see, a pretty sloped site. There's a driveway that slopes down from Exeter Place down into what has at one point was graded to be a flat area for building, and then it drops away sharply again. Let's move to the last page. I think it's page 6, and there's some photographs that might help orient you a little bit better. And hopefully the psychedelic images are gone. Okay, so yeah, the top right-hand image is just an aerial view, and a little red dot you can see is our property. It's pretty heavily wooded. The image below that is the driveway gate at the top of their driveway. And then the image below that is just looking down Exeter Place. So go down that first row on the right. Yeah, keep going down.
There's a lag here.
Okay. Yeah, that's looking, you can see the driveway, top of the driveway there on the left. And then if we go one more down. There we go. So that's looking down the driveway onto the site. You can see the roof of the existing residence on the right. And then there's an unpermitted garage building that you're kind of seeing at the end of that driveway. Can we go to the second row, please? And the top.
Yeah.
You see it? Residence front elevation.
I can't see it, but I know what it is. So yeah, so that's the front elevation of the house. And then looking back up the driveway, below it is an image of the existing, looking from the house towards the garage. The image below that is the small deck that's on the south side of the house. Third row top is the west side of the house. Below that is the small unpermitted accessory building. We have another image that's showing the north side of the house with a kind of there's a trellis above it. Top row left is the view from the property. And
sorry
then,
to interrupt. I
yes.
think we can just stick to what is in question here. I think we have a good idea of the site. So it looks like we're just at the accessory structure, right? I think let's focus on that.
Okay, so the accessory structure, if you go back to page 3 of the PDF, is what we're proposing. And the accessory structure, one corner of it is about 10 or 11 inches into the minimum setback for the site. So we are trying to attach that accessory structure to the building, make it the master bedroom. And we need a modification because of that small corner being into the minimum 5-foot setback. And then the rest of it that is in the setback is okay because we can use setback averaging to offset it, but that one corner is problematic. So we're doing that, and we're also going to, there was a variance in 1954 that allowed the southern edge of the building to encroach into the southern setback, the rear yard setback. We are proposing to remove the existing garage that is unpermitted. And there are future plans to build an ADU, which is also shown on the site plan on page 3 of the PDF.
Okay, so.
And then I'm still seeing photographs here, so I'm not sure if the PDF is, if the images you're seeing there.
Yeah, I'm really confused now. Now the photograph says unpermitted accessory building. Is that the one we're asked to legalize or not? On the photograph, in the middle of the photograph, is that the one with the red doors or red brown doors? I'm really confused.
So that is the unpermitted accessory building. There's also an unpermitted garage. So there's 2 unpermitted buildings on the site. The garage we're going to demolish because it's unpermitted. This we are hoping to permit by attaching it to the house and making it.
Where in the site plan? Where in the site plan we're looking at? Which one is which?
On the left. It's right here, Alex. This thing, right?
I cannot see. Yeah. Oh, that one is going out. Is it disappearing or not? This one.
No, it's getting connected to the house.
Yes. So yeah. So why don't you go to page? Well, then, okay, the next page, page 3, shows existing floor plan, and then the page after that shows the proposed floor plan, which shows you kind of what we're trying to do. So that's the existing floor plan with the existing unpermitted building there on the left. And then if we go to the next page, you can see how we're proposing to attach it. And expand it.
Right, so you're extending it to the, I guess that's to the south, is it?
Correct.
And making a roof connection, but you're not changing the back of it at all.
No, because there's about a 4.5, 5 foot retaining wall that you're seeing that's going along there. So we can't really move in that direction easily.
Right. Okay. And then the garage that you're removing is where the ADU will be in the future.
In that vicinity, yes, probably a bit further to the east of it, but yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So excuse me, the plan says proposed ADU on page 8.1.2, which is number 3. It says proposed ADU under separate permit and proposed pergola. So right now we are not looking at that at all. Is that correct?
Well, in reality, the planner told me that you need to, the ADU is its own thing, but the pergola has to be approved by you. The pergola is part of this permit, but the ADU, the pergola apparently can't be part of the ADU.
Oh yeah, I've heard about this.
Yeah.
Mark Walters told me about that if you have a pergola attached to an ADU, you have to review the pergola.
That makes total sense.
Yeah.
So again, the agenda, let me just reread real quick. This is for conceptual review of the conversion and addition to the existing unpermitted accessory structure resulting, and that's all it says. So, and I guess we're talking about the pergola too. So do you have the pergola shown anywhere?
Except for in the site plan, I do not know.
Okay, so we need that next time. And is there anything else? Is everyone clear now on what we're looking at? We're getting held up here.
Yeah, and I assume you're just going to match all the existing materials and colors.
Yes.
With the extension of that bedroom.
Yes, the roof, we will probably need to re-roof the whole building because the roof that is there is a material that is not made anymore. And it apparently had a lot of problems with breakage. It was sort of a faux slate kind of material. So we'll do some sort of composite shingle, or they're actually looking at potentially one of the Tesla solar roofs. So we'll see how that goes.
Okay, so we also need to show structures on adjacent parcels on your site plan. But let's go through the motions here. Are there any questions from the board Beside what's already been
Yes,
asked?
there's more than that. There's replace existing deck and railing with, so that's part of the project too, or not?
Yeah.
I'm looking at page 5 on the top right. Is that what
We are extending the deck, and also the deck right now, that small, like, it's like 3.5 foot wide deck is on the south side is about a foot lower than the floor area. So we want to raise it so that it's not so much of a hazard getting out there.
You have to put it in the project description, like, please make it. This is a simple project, but we're spending too much time looking at an incomplete or a chaotic description. I mean, show the if there anything else that we need to review.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I think we just need a more clear understanding of what we're supposed to be reviewing here, like Alex said. And so I think it would be helpful to put existing and proposed elevations on the same page. And then on your site plan, show very clearly what is existing and what is proposed to be changed so that we know exactly what we're looking at. So a little more clarity would be helpful. So anyway, are there other questions from board members?
Yeah, this is in the high fire zone, is it not?
I assume, yes, must be.
Yes.
So how do you deal with the outer story of the deck? Usually comes.
Yeah, I think you're going to need a skirt, some kind of enclosure for that. So bring that back in terms of detailing.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay. There's no attendees, so I assume there's no public comment. Comments from the board. Alex.
Oh, it's perfectly approvable, but we really need all the documents. If it's a fire, if you're in the high fire, you need to kind of provide the documents for the high fire. I mean, it's basic. The same with the roofing material and everything else.
I understand. It's just that this was conceptual. So.
Well, but no, it's a wrong concept. I mean, you cannot propose. You have to understand from the beginning to end. It's the concept is you cannot have an open deck like that in the high fire zone. It's basic. So but anyway, the project is approvable. Just need to show the moving the doors, the same frontage as shown in the photograph. It looked well in the photograph. In the drawing, it looks a little bit differently. In the photograph, the proportions are better than as shown on page A1.4. The windows on each side of the door do not look to be the same. I'm not sure why, but they seem to be a little bit different. The windows are narrower. In reality, they look better. But it's a perfectly approvable project. We just need good documentation and clear what we're reviewing, and the project description, I guess, needs to be complete. And I think we can move it, if everything's there, we can move it to consent and go on with it.
Yeah, and also as far as the handrails go, that needs to be high fire spec also. So little wood pickets won't work there. So just something else to be aware of. Are there any other comments from board members?
Well, I think that earlier comment about the neighbor that's right next to this existing unpermitted building that now is getting attached to the house, but it needs a mod because it's in the setback, right? So we should see where the neighbor is and on your plans.
Is there a picture of that section on page 6?
Well, there's an aerial view of the lot and the neighbor, and you can see that the house that is to the west is, it's not not near the property line, but there's a lot of trees. So I'm happy to get the outline of the footprint of that house and put it on the site, a site plan for you.
Okay, and I mean, so that picture is sort of middle, bottom, center. That's along that area, right? That's the spot. Okay. All right. Any other comments? So I think if everything's in order, again, as Alex said, this is minor enough that we could return on consent for preliminary or further conceptual, preliminary, and final on consent.
Doesn't it have to go to doesn't it need a modification or?
Yes, it does.
Yeah. So then,
So we're gonna have to return on preliminary and then again on final after the mod.
Right. Okay. Okay.
So then returning, we can't do this on preliminary, can we? Before the mod, Alex Tuttle?
Yeah, so just a reminder, yeah, with the mod, that they need to get preliminary from you. Then we can act on the modification and then they come back for a final. So I would say preliminary full board, and then we can come back for final on consent when we're ready.
Okay, so further conceptual / preliminary at the next hearing.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, so that brings us to lunchtime. It is 12:06. Do we want to go to what, 12:45? Okay, so we'll pick that up, items number 8, 10, and 11 at 12:45. Thank you all for your patience. What'd you have for lunch, Alex?
Okay, I'm glad I ate. I'm less cranky now.
Yeah, you know. That's 3. We're almost there.
Well, now at well, item 8, right?
Yes. We have 8, 10, and 11.
Almost there.
Just waiting on John or Josh or Val.
Robert, are you doing the video? I mean, the screen?
Yeah, here, let me get you.
Well, I can load 8 and look at the pictures and see where we.
Is that showing up for y'all?
Yep. Come on, guys. Let's go.
Valerie.
All right. So let's reconvene the SBAR meeting of March 18th. Starting with item number 8, the Kelly alterations. This is request of Britt Jewett in Studio 7, architect for Louise Kelly, for conceptual review of the partial demolition and rebuild of approximately 409 square feet to the existing residence. This is located at 2465 Whitney Avenue in Summerlin. And if the applicant could please state your name or names for the record.
My name is Britt Jewett.
Okay, hi Britt, long
Hi.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and Robert's kind of steering the ship here. So just tell him what page you want to be on and walk us through the project.
Okay, we'll start with the cover sheet. Just by way of introduction, this is an addition and remodel to an existing single-family home at 2465 Whitney Avenue. Our program is to increase the living room floor area by creating an addition to the north of the house or towards the street, which will bring the entry and half bath function out of the existing footprint to increase the living room and rethink the garage location to create a better connection of the interior to the north side garden and enhance the street presence of the house. So right now we're talking about a 409 square foot of the interior additions. It's pretty much split evenly between a new sitting area upstairs and the powder room and entry that I mentioned. There's a net of about 371 that's new down when we move the garage. So the garage wants to move from a western property line approach to the eastern. And that allows us then to open up views from the living into the landscape amenity to the front. So we can go to the next page. So up on the upper left, you can see the block face we studied, looking at the different setbacks to the neighbors and things. We're consistent with a pattern within the neighborhood. The diagram below, the dark charcoal shows where the existing driveway is. We're moving it to the right side. We have to dip in a little steeper on that side, but we're creating parking that's adjacent to the garage, which allows us to then bring landscaping closer to the street and kind of play with the variety of the character at the street. And we walked this through the Sullivan Design Board. They're really appreciative of bringing parking down and enhancing the landscape component of the street. So we go to the next page. So this really kind of shows what's happening with the block. You can see that we have us on the side where the subject property is located. It's shown in the darker green there. There's a nice variety at the street with respect to the setbacks. We felt that 2470, which was the house directly across the street, shown in picture 4, was probably the one would have the most impact by our proposal. The garage on that house is to the east side, so there's no loss of view by us locating our garage to that side. We also considered what would happen to 2485, which is view 3, because we're moving closer to their property line. We organized the interior, the plan, so that our windows face to the interior of the lot, so there's no loss of privacy to them. We also got letters from both of those owners and the owners of 2460 and 2463. 2460 is the house directly across the street next to the photo 4. And then the other address I mentioned was the house that's to the west. So the 4 adjacent neighbors have been introduced to the project and written letters of support for the project. So we can go to the next. What do we got here? Okay, so basically we're looking at the existing character of the house. So from the street, you can see that we really don't have much of a street front presence, but there are certain elements of the house that we consider to be contributing resources, aesthetic things that we want to build on as we design the addition. So the windows, landscape, and the roof lantern are all the elements that we consider to be the strongest aesthetic considerations to bring forward with our plans. We can go to the next page, which shows the conceptual layout. So you can see our driveway has moved now to the east side. We come down, we have an area outside of the garage for guest parking that allows the demo of the existing driveway to the left and increase that landscape garden entrance feature. The front elevation, as you can see, we've added a sitting room that's above the garage, located in the center of the building massing. Garage is located over to the left side there. And then we're just picking up window patterns in mullion sizes and materials and details of the post and beam porch as we turn the corner and create a front entrance character. I think we've been really sensitive to the neighbors with how we develop the roof forms and follow the design guidelines with respect to locating massing and consideration of privacy and views. The other thing we did was bring the architecture to the street by bringing a visible front entry with defining architectural elements that tie back to the house, which is the gate that you see down below. So the whole thing is starting to really bring more openness to the street and define the front of the house in a way that I think was a little bit lacking in our previous version. So you can now go to sheet A1. This is the floor plan. So you can see I took the powder room and the entrance and moved it north or up page from the, it made the living room about 4 or 5 feet bigger. And then we come up the stairs and there's a new study on the second floor. It has a window that has a high sill that's capturing mountain views to the north, and then the principal daylight and view from the study is to the interior of the lot. And you can see the roof plan uses existing plates and ties the addition into the roof structure in a way that belies the fact that it's an addition. Let's go to sheet A2. I think this one really shows the difference between what we have with the respect to the front and what we're proposing. So as you can see, existing north elevation, it has more of a character of a side elevation, but when we go down to the proposed, we're really starting to pull the pieces forward that are more common with a front elevation. And again, careful attention to the window construction, size of the mullions, and finding compatibility with the existing and the new was principal to what we thought about when we did that design. We've got some other sheets down in the set that just define how the floor levels work. And we also did work with civil engineers to make sure that the driveway approach and grading are vetted in a way that moving forward, we know that these solutions are realistic. So it's just a real quick introduction to the project. I think it's pretty basic that the modest scope of work really makes substantial changes to the character of the building and is consistent with the design guidelines in terms of how we made our decisions. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board? No questions. Any public comment? Anyone wishing to speak on this item? There are no attendees. I know we had a letter, at least one.
We have 4 letters from, as I said, all the neighbors, the 2 directly across the street and the 2 on each side, all in support.
Right. Okay. Very good. So back to the board for comments. Let's see here. Ms. Froscher. Comment.
Well, I would have a question of why can't more people that do projects in Summerlin approach them the way you have? This is really a fantastic project. You've taken some of the inconsistencies and problems with the existing and really thoughtfully reconfigured the property to its best use. So I just think it's great. It looks really nicely integrated in your architecture, and what you've gained for the site is fantastic. So,
thank you. Okay, Mr. Peugeot.
I agree, nothing to add. Very nice job. Well done.
Okay, Mr. Verdiak.
Well, I think I agree too. It's turned that millstone into a milestone.
Mr. Richards.
I agree with the positive comments. It's a big improvement.
Okay. Mr. Bloomer. Oh, it's Josh. Maybe he's not back yet. Can you go to the site plan really quick? I think I just had a quick question. And maybe zoom in around the garage. That's fine. The illustrative is okay. I'm just wondering, what is that? Is that a parking area off to the side of the garage?
Basically what it is, it's a way for the owner to park on the right side, back up, and then head out of the driveway. So it's a turnaround that works specific to the right stall of the garage.
Yeah, I see. Okay, so just so you don't back out in the street.
Yes.
So yeah, I have similar thoughts. I think it looks like excellent solution, and I think we can move forward. I assume you're going to come back with a, well, let's see. I mean, we're going to want to see a landscape plan for that front yard, materials, planting, quantities, sizes, willow if you need it, and irrigation, because it is basically a fully new front yard. And then of course, all your detailing. So I do think that we can return, what do you guys think? Full board, preliminary and final?
Consent, preliminary and final.
Yeah.
I have one question. What is the hobby room? There's no drawings of that, right?
No, it's an existing structure that is on site that was like a utility building.
Does it kind of match the house or?
Oh yeah, it's very much the same character.
Okay.
Yeah, it's within the side yard setback. Was that some kind of modification or something, or I guess it doesn't matter because it's not
It's existing non-conforming, and we're not touching it.
Yeah. All right, sounds good. So return prelim final on consent when you're ready.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
Okay, as was previously stated, item 9 will not be heard today, so we'll move on to item number 10, which is the Diener Trust new residence request of Jennifer Siemens, agent for Robert and Ann Diener, for a conceptual review of a new residence of approximately 1,582 square feet and a pergola on a currently vacant parcel, which is about an acre, at 3091 Padero in the Carpinteria area. So do we have the applicant or applicants here? Please state your names for the record.
Hi, Jennifer Siemens, land use agent for the owner. I'm here. I see Robin's here as well.
Okay, so great. So whenever you're ready, we'll try and keep it to 10 or 15 minutes for the presentation, if you won't mind.
Okay. I'm just going to keep it really simple from an introduction perspective as the planner. I don't foresee a lot of planning issues here. It's pretty straightforward. It's a vacant lot, 1 acre, zone 3 E1, more toward the west side of Padero. It's a non-oceanfront lot. So there's a oceanfront lot behind it. Addressed is 3099. This is 3091. And what was I going to say? I can't even remember. The house won't be very visible from the road, as you'll see from the renderings. And we comply with setbacks. I think it's going to be pretty straightforward, and you'll see it's just really just very boring architecture.
I wouldn't want to disappoint anybody.
Right.
Jennifer, are you good? And I can roll through here?
I'm good, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to slide 2, and you guys get a site map on slide 2. See where we are on Padero. We're on the more northern side of Padero, just to the east of Loon Point. And these are the lots that have a bit of a drop off to the ocean, kind of maybe a 30-foot high cliff, something like that. So they're up a bit. Next slide. This is zooming in on the parcel itself. The client, the Dieners, they own not only this parcel, but the parcel towards the ocean. And I've worked with them on the past for a studio project, guest house, and so on their project, on their property to the south on the ocean side. And then, and I'm bringing that up because there's a relationship between their existing buildings and this proposed building in the garden. Next slide, please. Here's just some quick site analysis. You see, we've got Padero Lane, obviously to the north. We have a train track to the north of that, and then we've got Highway 101 to the north of that, all within fairly close proximity to the project. Here we're showing to the left, you see the driveway coming in, and this square is not the footprint of the structure, it's what we're calling the site, but the footprint is fairly coincident with this. We're trying to get this small house kind of nestled in between oak trees, avocado trees, and I think there's a big palm tree there, Canarias, things like that. Very vegetated site, and we want to disturb it as little as possible. Next slide, please. This gives you some photos of the site in general. The bottom right slide is what you see from the street today. That gate that's there, that is the gate that we will be proposing to access this house on this lot. There's another gate and another driveway that goes to the front lot. And you can see in the upper right slide, as well as the lower left, the upper right shows a corner of an existing accessory building that's out there. It's a garage guest house structure, clad in shingle, by the way, redwood shingle. And the lower left photo shows a wall of that looking up. And then the upper left is looking back towards the proposed site. Next slide, please. This is a digital model of the site, Padero being the upper side there. You can see a trellis on the site there that is adjacent to the driveway. As you come into the driveway that now serves the southern parcel that's on the ocean.
That's
Next
newly
slide.
proposed arbor?
No, I'm sorry, that's an existing arbor.
That's the existing one, okay.
Next slide, please. This is a slide simply showing the program, which is 3 modest-sized bedrooms and a great room and a kitchen area that's all open, sitting on the site in a vertical area of the stair and so on. And we laid out the program. You can see an outline, light blue outline. This is showing a proposed shape of the house where it drops as it gets closer to the existing driveway and to the street to the north. And this was to minimize the visual impact as you come in from the street on the driveway that serves the southern property and also from the street. And essentially, by the way, with the vegetation now, there is no view of this house from the street that we're aware of. Maybe a peekaboo if you stopped and walked past the property. Next slide. These are some precedent images that show this notion of a more organic and more site responsive idea to the architecture and clad in shingles. And a couple of these, one of these is the Whale House, which is up in Mission Canyon. 3 lower image, the other images are from Sea Ranch, and one is from actually a project that's in South America, the middle lower one. But you get the notion of this kind of curved architecture, elements curved with the shingle. Next slide, please. So now we're showing a site plan with the roof plan superimposed on it. You can see the topography marked on the roof. You see how it slopes down and a courtyard carved out within it. Next slide. Next slide, please. I'm not sure who's running. Is it Chris?
Robert, he's got a lag.
Okay.
You know, so it takes a minute.
No worries. These are the floor plans. A living area on the lower floor, this kind of outdoor courtyard. We've organized this so that when you're in that courtyard, the outdoor courtyard, and you approach the house, you're approaching it from the garden, and we're protecting the occupants to a great extent from the noise from the street and the as much as possible, the noise from the Padero, the highway, the train that's to the north. So that's why it opens up and orients more to the south and the west. Next slide, please. These are just area calculations, gross area, net area. Next, please. This is just maybe the inside baseball for us architects, but kind of some ideas about kind of carving the house and creating these areas that open onto the garden. Next slide. So now you start to get a sense of the architecture, proposing to keep it in one material in the shingles, and then having these openings and these carvings and keeping the landscape as much as possible, this kind of naturalized landscape coming up and wrapping around the house. Next slide. That, by the way, is taken from the southwest, looking at the house. This is a view. In the foreground is that existing trellis that I talked about earlier. This is a view as if you were to drive onto the site, onto that driveway that serves the south parcel, and you're looking through that trellis at the house. Next slide. This is a view approaching from the southwest, walking through the garden and up to the house. Again, kind of trying to demonstrate this naturalized feel of the house sitting within the garden. Next slide. This is sitting inside the courtyard, looking out towards, I think, towards the southwest. To the right, you see a glass opening that opens into the great room where the kitchen and the sitting area, main living area is of the house. You see how it opens to the sky there and so on. This is a slide showing the proposed materials. Right now we're looking at we're exploring right now different types of shingles. We want to do a fireproof shingle. We're concerned about fire resistance in this area, like just about everywhere. Next slide. This is the side of the house facing the east, towards it's not on the property line. It's a ways off the property line. I believe a ways off the setback, as I recall. And there's a little area under there where we're thinking a car could park underneath, where you see the bike to the right. Next slide, please. This is the elevation facing towards Padero, towards the street. You may recall in the earlier slides that the photograph from the street, there's a lot of vegetation in here. So I don't believe that the house will be visible from the street. And our intention is to not have it be visible. And also to have the driveway be as integrated into the site as possible, most likely with decomposed granite, something like that, that just kind of feathers into the landscape. Next slide. This is just another angle on that same elevation. Next slide. That window, that one window, by the way, up above there, that's the window of one of the bedrooms towards the north. We have that one window to the north. And we have this little slit window to the right that we call the gill that lets light into the great room. Technically, that window faces east. Next slide. Here we go. There's the existing site and then the site with the proposed building. You get the idea there. Thank you. Next. Sections, conceptual sections of the house right now, and in some interior volume. And I think the rest of the slides are interior views. I don't know if the board is interested in seeing those or not. But
yeah, we can flip through.
Why not? Yeah, I'll just flip through them here. Looking out. Next one. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next. Next. I think that's it.
All right, very good, thank you. Questions from the board? Are you, what's the plan for hardscape layout? Or I know you want to keep it wild, but you'll have, you mentioned the driveway. Are there going to be walkways? I mean, in the courtyard there, is that to be gravelled or just left?
Yeah, Chris, we'd like it to be as naturalized as possible. So probably a decomposed granite that feathers in, I don't want any hard edges other than architecture itself. So we're going to try to make it as soft feeling as possible. And I think a decomposed granite that then does not have a hard edge is what we're looking for.
You might also consider that shale.
Yeah, that's
from that place in that only one person has it. It's standing as stone and topsoil in Solvang, and they do a screened 3/8 inch or maybe 1/2 inch shale. It works really well for casual, and it's a nice color, kind of blends into the landscape. Whereas the DG is very yellow and
It is
bright.
yellow,
Yeah, even though they say there are other colors. Anyway, other questions?
Yeah, I'd like to ask Robin, it's just a personal thing, but how are you going to frame that with steel?
We have I would call him a partner in construction that actually in wood builds their parametric forms in the framing, and we've used them recently on 2 projects, and it's CNC cut framing essentially. And if you notice, a good deal of the house is just straight framing, but the curved elements and the complex curves are all done. We have 2 people that can do this. And it's assembled in a they're actually built in a factory and brought out in sections.
Right.
And there is some steel in some areas though.
Okay, other questions? All right. No questions. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this? See no attendees, so we'll come right back to the board with comments from Mr. Verdiak to start.
Well, I think it's a surprising adventure here, and it's got a great shape, and I'm going to support it all the way.
Thank you. Mr. Richards?
Yeah, I think it's a pretty amazing structure. Like the quality of how it seems to just kind of fit into the existing landscape there. So it's very subtle in that sense and expressive in the sense of the architecture. So I think it's amazing. I would look forward to seeing a landscape plan that kind of identifies what's going on around it, but I'm sure that'll come at the appropriate time. So I get positive comments.
Okay. Let's see, Mr. Peugeot.
Yeah, I agree. Beautiful building. Reminds me of Michael Carmichael, the architect for the houses in Mission Canyon. A friend of mine owns one of them, and so I think it's a good idea to look carefully at the shingles because, well, the materials are better now than in the 70s, but there are issues. There were issues then, but it's really beautiful, very nice.
Thank you,
Ms. Frusher.
Yeah, it's all good. I really like it a lot. And the presentation's really beautiful. The sequence of slides, the way we go through your thought process and see how it's integrated into the site. It's very, very nice.
Thank you, Val.
Mr. Bloomer.
Well, I should disclose I had the opportunity and privilege to work with Robin on this property many years ago on some of the other buildings, and so I have an intimacy with this property, and I can pretty much affirm that this is a perfect fit for what's already there. And the materiality makes sense to the shingling makes sense to what's proposed previously and what's really beautiful on site, and yeah, it's dazzling. It's amazing. I just, fully support it, of course. I love the progress. We've seen other projects from you on this, with this type of building. And it's really cool to see the evolution of the progression of the materials going into this, like in the interior spaces are, we don't get to usually enjoy that here. So that was a treat. And those are really magical spaces.
Thanks, Josh. Appreciate it.
I also think that walking through those spaces over a long period of time, they'll never bore you. The light will change all the time. And I think it would be really exciting to live there.
Yep. Okay, thank you guys. Yeah, I don't have anything to add, just that I would look for a landscape plan. I think that'll be important here, and obviously, identify what's existing, and I would push you towards more of a native landscape here, which I think would make it feel more integrated into the site. So even if there are, well, you'll get to that, but anyway, we'll look forward to seeing that, but otherwise definitely on the right path, looking good. And so this is here for conceptual. Do you have to go anywhere else, or is it?
Yeah,
is that
we have to
straightforward?
go to the ZA for our discretionary CDP.
Okay, so basically we would give positive comments now and then return for preliminary before that to Alex?
Prelim final
After.
Prelim final after. Everything's different. All right.
It's only modifications that I know they screw you up.
Got it. Okay, sounds good. So we'll see you for prelim final when you come back.
Okay, thanks, guys. I appreciate the comments and the support.
Good.
Thank you. Moving on to the
Thank you.
final item of the day, which Val will be stepping down for, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
So we're down to 4 or 5 of us, but this is the Miller Additions request of Kirk and Kathy Miller, owners, for conceptual review of additions of approximately 882 square feet to the existing residence, new deck, new roof, and doors and windows. The current residence is 1,959 square feet. This will require less than 50 cubic yards of cut and fill. It's a 5.5 acre parcel at 7305 Shepherd Mesa Road in Carpinteria area. So do we have, would the applicant please state your name or names for the record?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Brian Banks here, agent for the owners. We also have the owners, Kirk and Kathy Miller, in attendance. I'm going to remind them to unmute themselves because I see that they're muted. Thank you. Yes. Good summary. We might want to start with the photos. Pretty amazing site. You should see photos there in the folder. I think Robert or whoever's running the show. There we go. So yeah, 5.5 acre parcel on Shepherd Mesa, the loop there. This the predominant views are to the north. We'll see as we go down there. Existing residence, it's Spanish style. You can scroll through them and just kind of get the lay of the land. Wooded site, there are some oaks, no oaks in the area of our proposed development. There's an existing pool and a small pool deck. Not really much landscaping, nor are we, sorry, landscape architects, nor are we proposing a bunch, but I did want to bring your attention to the last photo in the slide, and that'll come, we'll come back to that in plan, but there's existing little boulder garden walls along the driveway, and we're going to mimic that same thing. We've got a deck that's going to wrap around on the north side where the addition's going, and this would be at the base of that deck to create some planting areas, and we've got that shown on the plan. So with that, if we want to flip over to the plans, and thanks Chris for going through, but basically we have you see the little rendering, that's kind of the flavor that we're doing there. And if you want to go to the next sheet, we'll show you our existing site plan. There we go. Garage at a little bit of a unique angle. You'll see the oaks over there, and we've got their critical root zones established there from Prober. Our addition is going to be going off to the north, so, pretty far away, which you'll see if you want to go to the next slide. And then I'll take you through just real briefly on I think we skipped, it should be page 3 of the PDF. Oh, it's rendering. There we go. So just to go back, you'll see on the south side, that's our new entry, creating a true entry. There really isn't one, and there's a little entry tower. That's about 92 square feet. Then on the right side, which would be on the east side, we've got our master bath addition of about 208 square feet. And then the bulk of the proposed addition and remodel is what you see there off going to the northwest, and that's 582 square feet, includes expanding the existing kitchen area and then a new den, and you'll see on the sides of that, you'll see the wraparound deck. And then what I'd like to do is hand it over to Kirk and Kathy real quick, just for them to take you, now that we have site plan, you can kind of see what we're doing, take you through the kind of design inspiration and what they wanted to do here.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, speak just a tiny bit louder if you can.
All right. First off,
Introduce yourself.
I'm Kirk Miller, my wife here, Kathy, and we're not used to doing these type of interviews, but anyways, the idea is that both Kathy and I are native Californians here in Southern California, and we both feel really blessed in the fact that we were actually able to even get this piece of property. And our intent is to keep, well, we plan on aging here, and more than obviously what we are, but the intent is that we tried to keep it all basically one level, or within just 1 or 2 steps from any particular room that might help us with heights and so forth and so on. And we have basically limited means, perhaps more than some of the other people that live up in the area. So we've kind of designed for simplicity and cost effectiveness, and tried to keep things in a smaller scale. That would be, we may have to get into some sweat equity. I'm pretty hands-on, and just to try to perform this project. And so with that in mind, most of the design is just done to keep it very simple and clean.
All right. You want to walk us through the rest of the set here, maybe the elevations?
Yes, sir. If you want to go down to the next page, existing floor plan, you'll probably skip through that. You can see that on that site plan. We can go to the next page here. Existing roof plan, same thing. I think you guys already saw how the layout goes. We can skip to the next slide. Okay, so here's our proposed floor plan. You'll see going from bottom, our new entry tower element there at the bottom on the right, on page right. That's our new master bath area there. And then again, page top is the expanded kitchen, kind of great room kitchen, and then den, and then again the new decks around. If we want to go to next slide, we'll see the proposed new roof forms to capture the tower and the addition. Very, very, very basic, very simple, efficient. The tower element's pretty important to the whole design. It kind of, breaks up that linear, kind of look to it. And we think it really, when you arrive at the house, it's like, oh, here's the front door. So that was a really key part of the design that was really important to them. If we want to go to the next slide, you kind of saw in the photos the existing elevations, but we'll take you through and show you. So that would be page 8 of the plans. So again, plaster Spanish style tile roof. Existing, you can see how it kind of falls out. It's unique in that a lot of it is, it's at grade, and then it dies off here, and we'll see it a little better in our proposed elevations and sections. So if you want to go on to the next page, we'll take you through on the front side. You can see our tower element. Just to give it a sense of entry that it doesn't have now. It will, are proposing comprehensive door and window updates throughout, basically same, pretty much same locations. Some are growing slightly in size. On the lower elevation, you can see on the east what we're trying to do with the deck to wrap it around. There's kind of a little deck, the funky thing that we'll see when we go around again, just to basically finish that off and have it wrap around the new proposed addition. We've got our dark sky compliant fixture there. I know we're only at conceptual, but we do have a planner assigned now and she hasn't had a chance to look at the project yet, Kathleen, but we do have that in, so we wanted to make sure we got that addressed as part of her initial review. If you want to go to the next page, we'll take you through the other elevations. Pretty self-explanatory. You can see how we're wrapping the decks around the addition. You'll see at the top, and we'll see it better in the sections. We are rural hillside ridgeline, so we would be limited to 19 feet under the guidelines. You'll see there are dotted lines of the 19 feet. We are asking for a portion of that to exceed by approximately 3 feet in some portion of the addition, just to keep the finished floors the same, and to not have to have interior stairs and dropping it down. But I think you'll see in the bottom elevation there, having the deck, which they really want to have that outdoor space, and then doing the little planter boulder wall and the planter at the base of the deck. It actually is, it's quite an improvement on what's there now. So we think that kind of helps ameliorate the roughly 3 feet of the exception that we're asking for, but we'll let you opine. Next page is our sections, and you'll see that height issue in section 3 a little more clearly. Almost all of it is well below our height, but we do have that section of the new addition, and one of the reasons, besides trying to keep the finished floors without a bunch of steps, is there's open beam ceilings in portions of the house now that they want to carry through. And that's basically it. We are here to answer any questions.
Okay. Thank you, Brian. Questions from the board?
Questions. What is the roof tile?
Kirk, I'll let you answer that one, if you will.
It's a clay. It's a clay S tile, Spanish tile clay, and it's got some concrete lifts on it to give it the older style finish. Obviously it's good fire retardant. That's a key.
What's the are you replacing most of the windows or all of the windows?
No, most of it, we're matching a lot of what's already in place. There are windows that are already there that are a dual glazed wood window, and we're just and they're cladded on the outside, and we'd like to replace the other ones with the same style.
So you're going with the wood clad aluminum wood wood doors. I mean wood windows. They're called wood clad windows.
Correct.
And okay, and the you're in the high fire zone, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So how are you dealing with the with your decks? I mean, you have decks almost like a second story in the back.
The decks have. Go ahead, Brian.
No, go ahead, Kirk.
The decks have a like a stucco wall that's basically holding up the outer part of the decks, and then the framing members on the decks are all done in 3x material. I've communicated with the fire department regarding what's acceptable, and then the deck tops are a bamboo fire rated material, so it already meets the fire rated code for decks in the area.
Okay, great. And are you the designer? Are you the person who did the drawings, or?
No. We have an architect that did the drawings. We just kind of conveyed the idea.
Can we have that person come in next time, maybe? Would that be possible?
He's down in Los Angeles. I could try.
No, well, we're going online, right? I mean, we can be anywhere.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Those are my questions.
Okay. Other questions? So the deck is newly proposed, right? We're speaking as if it's already there, but it's a proposed deck.
Right.
Yeah, there's a little section where you see in that that elevation, the north elevation where the window, I think it's label number 4, those patio doors. There's that, it's like a partial, like half a patio, half a deck right there. Now,
Okay.
You can see it in the photos.
So is then for the additions, that's all to match existing materials, colors, etc.
Yes.
Okay, so do you have a color board, or I guess we can just go from the photos? Maybe we can go take another look at the beginning here, Robert, and see the photos. Okay, so other questions?
I have a question. Where does this new deck, the steps that come off it here, where do those land at on your property? It wasn't really clear based on the site plan.
They'll land just short of the swimming pool. See how there's a, see the curve is where the old part is, and the new part will be as it comes down onto that deck around the pool.
So the intent is to access the pool from the new steps, I assume.
Correct.
Yeah, Robert, it's not great shown, but it should, the step should be shown here, and then this is going away.
Okay, cool. I was just curious about that detail.
Okay, so then, I mean, what happens with the hardscape from those stairs to the pool? Are there more steps down to the pool? Are you reconfiguring the pool deck in any way, or resurfacing, or?
In the future, we're going to have to, as the pool deck itself is cracked considerably in some areas, but it wasn't proposed for what we're obviously doing right now. So the level of what it is existing, we wouldn't be raising or lowering the pool deck. So where the stairs come down to the deck or to the pool deck, the elevation would still remain the same.
Right, so you're stepping down, and it'll basically come into here.
Correct.
Exactly. Yeah, that the existing that's shown there would be replaced by a new path at the same elevation.
Okay, and what is your finish? So you're basically all at one level, right? And so what is your finished floor elevation?
We have to get to the sections here.
It's gonna be somewhere around 644-ish, 645.
Let's see, if we go to the sections, we should have it there. Yeah, so we only show it as 0 there, but if you look at that south, or I'm sorry, the northern corner, that's 636 where it intersects in section 3 there. This is about 646. Oops, sorry.
Yeah, okay. That's what I was kind of getting at is, how much understory is exposed. All right. Other questions?
Yeah. So what are you going to do with the understory? Is it like just like store things, or?
Yeah, Alex, it's a good question. We didn't really show it in section, but if you go back to the elevations, for instance, perhaps page 11, you'll see the deck again. That's the page 11 of the PDF, which would be next one up from that. You go, yeah, there you go. So again, the idea is to wrap around the deck and then have this low wall below it. So this is our finished grade 646. This is what Chris pointed out, finished floor, and then the deck and the litter planter wall fill in that obvious gap there.
Okay. All right. So if there are no more questions, I see no public unless, actually there is one attendee, but it's Val. I mean, is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this? Raise your hand if so. I don't know if Val is going to speak or not, but it sounds like not. So back to the board for comments. Let's just keep going with Alex.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it is a basic addition, but there are some issues with this property. I mean, it's not a flat land. It slopes quite a bit. So and the expanded deck makes the drop more brings more attention to the drop. So it becomes well, more of an issue that needs to be dealt. I mean, nothing terminal, but it has to be dealt more a little bit more careful than it has so far. That's why I ask about the if there's a designer on board and who designs this project. Would well, let's start with the other elevations. Go to the front to the slide number 9. Starting with the tower, a good idea to bring a tower to create some presence. Now that tower, it's not really. It could have more maybe more width or some kind more of a presence. The windows and doors should be center on the tower. It's awkward to have the roof not line up, not center with the openings, and the quality of the openings doesn't quite relate to the rest of the of the composition. For one thing, most of the windows in this elevation have more of a horizontal format in a way, even though they're trying to create verticality by being casements. They still kind of like horizontal, and then you have a what appears to be, it's not clear if it has glass or not, but it's a round top door. It's an 8-foot door or so, or maybe more, with a round window on top. It is not the type of classical Spanish architecture that we usually see in this town, and we see a lot of it. Usually this type of doors are they are recessed, like maybe a couple of feet recessed with sometimes the top is not necessarily a full arch, but a segmented arch, recessed maybe 3 feet. So there's kind of an opening that creates shadows and welcoming to somebody as you come in. And the clerestory window above will be something maybe similar. As you get to the side elevation, you can see how the composition is lacking that cohesiveness. The little window on the side elevation of the tower, seen in the the east elevation, has no relationship to the tower itself, to the front door, or to the clerestory above. So it needs to be integrated. If it were up to me, I either have one big tall window, or maybe better, another window on top, probably square, and have the both clerestories to be consistent. Again, if a new piece of architecture, you can use some of the traditional Spanish design, which is to recess the openings, meaning you make the doors, the walls thicker with double framing, and you recess the openings. That's what what we do in Santa Barbara. The other issue is they're using the S style. It's okay. Usually, for instance, in the city of Santa Barbara, is not allowed, in new construction, but we're in the county. But the traditional tile is a 2-piece mission tile with grout and, like you mentioned, and mortar bird stops at the edge for the where the gutters are, just to create a certain style. If you have a style already, well, maybe I don't know. There are ways to embellish that installation but sometimes by using the 2-piece mission tile on the edges. The next thing is you have a lot of foundation vents, which are really unfortunate. I hope you can do something about them. I kind of wonder if they meet the high fire regulations. I saw in the picture they're very prominent. Maybe if you have some new ones, maybe you can do something else, and perhaps you could do something with existing ones. Finally, the issue of this of the understory. If you are to create such a major structure, which is basically the what's under the deck and the stairs is substantial. You should integrate that with the structure. You should frame it down, or just put some plaster, anchor that to the earth. The elevations and wind, the elevations should show the existing grade a little bit better than it is now. But there's a lot of understory that is to be integrated. Some of the windows are a little bit too large for the walls. I'm looking now on the let's see. Let's go to the next page, which is 10. 10. Okay, on the north elevation on the left-hand side, there's a window on a door. On the wall, the window is almost larger than the wall itself. It's just really. There's no. That's not the Spanish style. It's not in keeping with the style of the house. If you want to go a Spanish house, you have to do things in a different way. Usually, they are more mass oriented. They have they're more massive well, that's all I have. Also, there is not much landscape in this property, at least not very well done. So I hope that there is a landscape. I think it needs to have a landscape component to soften the architecture of the existing and proposed. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Verdiak?
Yeah, I agree with Alex. It's it's a sort of a pseudo Spanish building, and which doesn't quite come off. And there are a few things you could do to it which would enhance it. That like the as he mentioned, the windows, not really a Spanish style, but looking at the addition, which is on the would be the east side, is that right? Now if we look at the east elevation there, where that roof comes up and matches the existing roof, I think that the plate height should be the same on both sides. I think cutting the roof off like that creates an awkward looking situation. And it doesn't really, match the rest of the house. So I think that's something that would be easy to fix. Also, incidentally, on the south elevation, where you have, a floor to ceiling window, and actually in the photos it shows there's a little balcony around it. I think maybe you could put a trellis there or something. It needs to be, the overhangs are all clipped, and it needs to have more depth in the elevations for it to work. And incidentally, about the vents, there's a company called Vulcan that makes vents that won't pass a spark through it. So you might look into that. There's actually a couple companies that do that. Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you. Ms. Frosher, no, Mr. Richards.
So kind of looking at this from the standpoint of use of like the landscape and the pool area, I feel like adding these decks onto the home is going to really set up a situation where the home is going to be kind of towering over the pool area. So I would encourage, just as a cohesive study of what is your home here, is how does the pool area and the deck and what's proposed all integrate together. And they're just looking at these photos, there seems to be some details that like haven't really been addressed. Like I can see this existing deck is I'm assuming by what you're proposing is kind of fixing some of these problems, but
Yeah, that's a problem. It's definitely a problem.
There's another detail here which looks like there's some like a utility closet that's kind of like floating in space. So, so I mean, those are things to think of. But you know, I was asking where that stairway lands at, because I think there's an opportunity to enhance how all this works out. And I don't know if in the end you're going to want all these massive decks around the outside of your home when you could have this nice pool area down there. So maybe it takes a study of how those two pieces fit together. And right now I feel like the home and the decks are just kind of being focused on as one piece. And maybe a more cohesive study would really benefit the property and the owners. So that's my suggestion.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bloomer?
Yeah, I'm not going to add anything to that list. Other than just, you know, get with your architect and get his or her attention on this, because there's a lot on that list.
Okay. Yeah, I think that I think one of the most important things, what Robert pointed out, and that's how does this relate to the site and especially the pool area? It looks like the house, there's really no landscape around it. It's sort of bland-ish looking from the photos anyway. So I think, as Alex pointed out, I think we do need a landscape component here, at least right around the house and between the house and the pool, and especially around the addition, because the addition, again, usually we encourage people when you're on a hillside to step down the architecture with the slope, and here you're fighting against wanting everything on one level, but maybe a few steps introduced will help bring down that wall, because it almost looks like a two-story from all those angles where that's, you know, sticks out. So and then, you know, I think we need more accurate, the plans need a little bit more detail, I think, in terms of what is existing. As Robert pointed out, what is that little closet hanging off? What's happening with the existing patio? Can you go to the elevations again real quick? Maybe the north elevation. So
north. There you
go. Okay, so basically this is where that little sort of patio is shown right now, correct? Okay. So you are putting a railing there eventually. That's good, because it looked like a little more than 30-inch drop. I don't think, yeah, I mean, the addition just is too high, and the rock wall is not doing much at all to mitigate that problem. So I think consider stepping down the addition with the slope and provide a landscape plan that shows how that how you'll be sort of softening the new addition and integrating the house into the landscape more. And then also, I mean, you're showing posts. If you can go to the other elevations, or actually this is fine right here. I mean, you're showing posts, but this needs to be skirted. So we just need an accurate representation of what that will actually look like when completed, as opposed to showing the understory. I think you mentioned maybe there's a stucco wall there that's going to add to the massing of the overall architecture. So we need to see that shown here on the plans as well. All right, so we are here for conceptual review, and it appears that additional study is needed, but how does the board feel about putting this back on for obviously further conceptual / preliminary, or further conceptual? I guess.
I think it needs some reworking, and I think the designer, the person who's drawing the plan, should be here.
Yeah. Okay. So, well, I mean, I you know, it doesn't hurt to give possibility for a preliminary. If they come back and everything's dialed in, then you can get it. Otherwise, you come back again. But so I would say we agendize this for further conceptual / preliminary and see what happens if they can get us there or get themselves there. All right. Very good.
Thank you. Those were very concise comments, which is really, really helpful. Now we know exactly what we need to focus on. So we'll be back.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, and that was the final item of the day, getting out at a reasonable time. Does anyone have any last minute comments or motion to adjourn?
Yeah, so we're meeting in person next time. Is that it?
That's right. Oh yeah. Don't forget.
It's been what, a couple of years already?
I think it's been right around 2 years. Yeah.
Well, I guess I'll have to get a haircut.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to get some pants.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to take a shower or something.
Hey, by the way, if anybody on the board wants to be remote, we can. That's part of it too. You know, you're not required to. You could, if you want to participate still in the web format. It sounds like they'll be accommodating that. Just not just for the applicants. So if you guys aren't feeling well or you just can't, you know, it may help us with quorum in the future too.
Okay.
Not that I'm advocating doing this on your vacations. That's really bad. For the record, I think that's a terrible idea.
I think you just outed yourself, Josh.
I need to schedule one first.
I know, right? What's a vacation?
Yeah, what is that? You still doing that?
Yeah. Okay, cool.
All right, guys, good job, Mr. Chair. You moved the agenda quickly and efficiently. That was good.
Oh,
thank you,
too,
sir.
Alex. You did a lot of the heavy lifting today. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
So someone needs to make a motion to adjourn then.
I'll make the motion.
Okay.
I want to second it.
John,
All right.
second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed?
All right.
Motion carries. Well done.
See y'all soon.
Okay.
Start thinking about getting that omelet on the menu, Alex, for lunch.
Man, the Presidio omelette.
I'm buying you an omelet. I owe you one.
All right. Okay. All right.
All right. Have a good weekend.